Request that you turn off your mobile phones or set them to silent mode during the meeting to avoid any disruption in the proceedings. It is now my pleasure to welcome Vice Chair of the 9th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, Her Excellency Ms. Aryunzaya Ayush, Minister of Labor and Social Protection, Mongolia. Before we begin, I kindly ask for your attention for a few important announcements. We would like to share with you the COVID-19 related precautionary measures while attending meetings at the United Nations Conference Center. Kindly observe up to 1 meter physical distancing while sitting in the room. Please sit on areas not marked with signages. We kindly ask you not to move signages, chairs, or other furniture in the room. Wear your face mask in public spaces and whenever physical distancing cannot be observed. Disposable microphone covers are available if you wish to speak to the microphone without having your mask on. These measures are for your own safety and to safeguard the well-being of us all. I would now like to draw your kind attention to the following video on COVID-19 for meeting participants at the United Nations Conference Center.
Welcome to the United Nations Conference Center, Bangkok. In light of
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this session is also held via an e-conference platform called Kudo. You will be able to turn on your microphone and camera only when your request to speak has been submitted and accepted through the platform. We also welcome participants joining us via YouTube. And now I hand over the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Aryunzaya Ayush, to proceed with the session of this forum. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, a very good morning. Welcome back to Day 3 of our 9th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. The meeting is called to order. I would like to express my sincere appreciation for your trust bestowed in me to serve as one of the vice chairs of the conference, as also to chair this meeting. During this session, we proceed as indicated in the program with the agenda item 2. Building back better from COVID-19 while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda in Asia and the Pacific. Specifically, we will proceed with the reporting from the Parallel Roundtables held yesterday. The 5 roundtables discussed the cluster of SDGs under review in 2022, Sustainable Development Goals number 4, 5, 14, 15, and 17. The discussions set out to establish a shared understanding of the outlook on the goals at the regional level and developed policy recommendations on regional priority for actions on those goals. Each rapporteur has 3 minutes to deliver a summary on the recommendations. A link to the full recommendations will be provided in the chat for those who are participating digitally. They will be reflected in the chair's summary. We will start with SDG number 4, Roundtable, Quality Education, and I would like to invite Mr. Mod Manirul Islam, Joint Secretary, Prime Minister's Office, Bangladesh, to take the floor. You have 3 minutes to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Roundtable on Sustainable Development Goal 4, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, was organized by UNESCO, UNICEF, and the UNESCO Institute of Statistics with inputs from UN Women and UNOPS under the overall coordination of UN ESCAP. The Roundtable Policy Action Areas to Advance Progress SDG 4 in Asia and the Pacific covered the following priorities under the overall 3 main topics. First, learning recovery and address the learning crisis. Second, transforming education systems. And third, increase and better investment in education enablers for transformation. 1. Continue safe school reopening and prioritize learning recovery strategies with targeted policies and a strong equity focus, addressing the high levels of mental stress reported by both learners and teachers who require stronger well-being and system support, and making schools more welcoming to all learners, particularly marginalized groups such as children with disabilities and those who face high levels of discrimination, such as LGBTI learners. 2. Strengthen teaching and teacher support to address existing low levels of learning and narrow the learning divide, which requires programs and policies that improve teachers' readiness and support while upholding the rights of teachers to decent working conditions and social protection. 3. Make early childhood education and learning flexible and universal, ensuring not only access but ensuring transition to grade 1 and recognizing mother tongue learning, especially in the first 6 years. 4. Enhance and strengthen equitable, flexible learning modalities and learners' pathways, including skill development for adolescents, applying both in school and out of school strategies that are responsive to the needs of most vulnerable and supporting skill development for work, for society, and for respectful and gender equitable interpersonal relationships. 5. Build stronger school links with families and communities and cross-sectoral policies and programs to create effective and protective learning environments in their own schools by prioritizing community-based learning and learning environments that address multiple domains of learning, cognitive, behavioral, and socio-emotional, supported by both digital and non-digital infrastructure. 6. Protect public financial investments and efficiency in education and encourage equitable funding mechanism. And finally, 7. Strengthen inclusive and robust monitoring data mechanism and work towards more resilient governance structures that allow education systems to future shocks, including related to climate change. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Bangladesh. Exactly 3 minutes on reporting on quality education. Thank you so much. Now I have the floor to report on Gender Equality Roundtable. I have the honor to report you back. The Roundtable on Sustainable Development Goal number 5 on gender equality and women's empowerment was jointly organized by UN ESCAP, UN Women and UFPA with inputs from ILO, UNCDF, UNESCO, FAO, UNDDR, UNEP, UNDP, and UNOPS. The Roundtable identified the following priorities for action to advance progress on SDG 5 in Asia and the Pacific. Ensure the promoting decent work and addressing gender-based discrimination and violence in the world of work, a part of the economic recovery strategies from COVID-19, and support transition from informal to formal employment, such as in the paid care sector. Second, promote a gender-responsive ecosystem to support women entrepreneurs in all sectors, including emerging sustainable business sectors. 3. Strengthen gender-responsive, care-responsive, and inclusive social protection to build resilience for all, especially groups currently underserved or living in vulnerable situations, and develop and finance better care services and family policies to incentivize more equal distribution of unpaid care and domestic responsibilities between men and women. 4. Incorporate deliberate actions in COVID-19 response and recovery to address gender-based violence, harmful practices, and sexual and reproductive health, including addressing the specific needs of vulnerable and marginalizing groups. 5. Prioritize gender transformative strategies to address gender-based violence and harmful practices through legislation, multi-sectoral programs, ethical and safe data generation, capacity building, and evidence generation. 6. Empower women and women leaders, specifically young women from diverse backgrounds, to initiate and lead reform and social and political changes with adequate financial, social, and mentoring support, and engage male champions. 7. Employ innovative methods and technologies to support women's leadership and participation in governance and decision-making. 8. Adopt and adequately finance holistic, inclusive, and gender-responsive planning and budgeting, especially for initiatives currently underfunded. 9. Close gender gaps, data gaps, to better inform gender-responsive policies and decision-making. 10. Strengthen partnerships at all levels to ensure coherent and effective implementation of SDG number 5. To conclude, we, as a region, will be able to build back better only if we put gender equality at the center of our recovery strategies and actions. Thank you. Now I would like to invite next rapporteur, His Excellency Mohammed Aslam, Minister of Planning, of National Planning, Housing and Infrastructure of Maldives, to present the report of SDG number 14 Roundtable, Life Below Water.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. The Roundtable on Sustainable Development Goal 14 on Life Below Water was organized by ESCAP with inputs and support from UNDP, UNEP, UNOPS, UNIDO, UNOHCHR, UN Women, and CFDAC. A variety of stakeholders, including government entities, the private sector, academia, international organizations, and civil society representatives were present with the opportunity to review the contents of the SDG 14 profile developed in the presentation for the forum. None of the comments or interventions challenged the accuracy of the information presented in the document. The document prompted the roundtable discussions and benefited participants in the identification of the priority areas for action to advance progress on SDG 14 in Asia and the Pacific, covered the following strategic areas, which I now enumerate. 1, improve data collection and sharing. 2, enhance policy design and implementation. 3, increase financing for sustainable practices. 4, enforce international treaties and regulations. And 5th, promote regional cooperation to strengthen ocean governance. During the discussions, participants had the opportunity to engage in an in-depth review of 3 important topics: sustainable fishing practices, ocean data and statistics, and human dimension of the ocean. I would like to underscore a few elements that were persistent across all group discussions and deserve special attention to accelerate actions on SDG 14. The engagement of local communities and authorities is crucial to the achievement of SDG 14. This is true for data collection, marine protected areas, as well as for the enforcement of measures to prevent illegal fishing practices. Secondly, insufficient data and statistics hinder the capacity of governments and stakeholders alike in protection of the ocean. Efforts and financing must be increased to address this gap. And finally, partnerships may catalyze actions in the region. This includes public and private partnerships to address issues such as marine debris, as well as science and policy partnerships, bridging statisticians and scientists to leverage the UN Decade of Ocean Science. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, His Excellency, reporting on SDG 14 Roundtable, Life Below Water. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Cheryl Posadas, Committee Secretary, House of Representatives, Philippines, Rapporteur of SDG 15 Roundtable, Life on Land, to take the floor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Roundtable on Sustainable Development Goal 15 on Life on Land was organized by the UNEP, ESCAP, UN Women, UNESCO, UNFCCC, FAO, OHCHR, UNDRR, and UNDP. The Roundtable action areas to advance progress on SDG 15 in Asia and the Pacific covered the following. 1. Catalyzing a shift toward nature-positive, regenerative, and resilient agricultural, fisheries, and forestry systems. Rights of indigenous people and farmers and their traditional practices need to be recognized, as well as the importance of agroecological-based approaches. Food sovereignty and the displacement of people due to mega projects were also highlighted as key areas for action. 2. Enhancing a holistic One Health approach in the post-COVID-19 world, including awareness raising, enhancing public investment in health, addressing the health implications of chemical pesticides and fertilizers, recognizing traditional practices, and ensuring local community and farmer participation in decision-making. 3. Mainstreaming biodiversity across government sectors. This includes considering commercial monoculture in addressing SDG 15, applying a human rights-based approach, and addressing wild trafficking and poaching as part of COVID recovery. 4. Addressing the data deficit. Further capacity development action is needed, including support from relevant UN agencies and institutions that are the custodians of SDG 15 indicators. For data monitoring, the information and views of local governments and communities are essential given their local knowledge. Measuring impacts of industry is important, including through application of sustainability standards. 5. Mobilizing resources for nature from private, public, and global funds. This includes redirecting finance flows from nature and climate-harmful investments to nature-positive and climate-adaptive ones. Potential to engage with relevant international and regional mechanisms to mobilize finance, including participation in the Glasgow Leaders' Declaration on Forest and Land Use and the Asean Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance. 6. Engagement and implementation of relevant international environmental agreements. There is a need for a coordinating approach for implementing multiple MEEs at the national level. Private sector can contribute to MEEs through relevant mechanisms such as the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures and other ESG processes. 7. Increasing stakeholder engagement and awareness in addressing SDG 15. Key strategies include expanding the role of the private sector, women, civil society, indigenous peoples, local communities, social forestry programs, children, and youth. 8. Encouraging decision makers to apply the International Resource Panel for principles of natural resource management, including through value chain transparency, integrated landscape planning, nature-based and circular solutions, and recognition of nature's benefits, as well as follow-up on the post-2020 biodiversity framework. And last, acknowledge and support the SDG 15 related priorities identified at the 4th Forum of Ministers and Environmental Authorities of Asia Pacific, Suwon City, Republic of Korea, last October 5 to 7, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cheryl Posadas, for reporting on Life on Land. Next, I would like to invite to the floor Her Excellency Huda Ali Sharif, Permanent Representative of Maldives to ESCAP, Rapporteur of SDG 17 Partnerships for the Goals, to present. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Roundtable on Sustainable Development Goal 17 on Partnerships for the SDGs was co-organized by the UN Office of South-South Cooperation, UNESCAP, and UNDP. Additional inputs were also received from UNCDF, UNIDO, UNEP, UNOPS, OHCHR, and UN Women. The Roundtable's priority areas of action to advance progress on SDG 17 in Asia and the Pacific covered the following strategic areas. 1. Cooperation based on human rights and equality that will reshape economies to build back better. 2. The modalities for development, North-South, South-South, and triangular cooperation are all important and complementary. 3. Access to ICT can be broadened, and LDCs and developing countries can be supported in navigating the continued digitalization of trade. 4. Public finance is critical to build back better from the coronavirus disease to achieving the SDGs, and especially to ensure public goods and equity. 5. Private finance must be leveraged at a much larger scale and directed more effectively to achieve the SDGs. 6. Debt sustainability requires prudent debt management, innovative collaboration between monetary and fiscal authorities, more ambitious and broader debt relief, and a review of debt conditionalities. And 7. Investments in national data governance, stewardship, and innovation, especially in the integration of geospatial, citizen-led, greater disaggregated data and statistical information can guarantee data accessibility and ownership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, distinguished colleagues. I would like to thank you all for your brief and concise reports and for convening these key messages from the SDG roundtables from yesterday. Now I would like to open the floor for statements from delegates in the speaking order as I received from the Secretariat, from both participants in the room as also online, connected through Kudo. We are having 20 minutes, around 20 minutes for you to speak. I'd like to invite first to speak representative from Nepal, and then I have ESCAP, ESPN to speak. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the Government of Nepal and on my own, I would like to congratulate Executive Secretary of ESCAP and her team for convening such a forum. This gathering of high-level policymakers has a great significance for all the countries which are suffering from COVID-19 pandemic and facing challenges of achieving Agenda 2030 for sustainable development. This is the 7th year since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and by 2030 we have to achieve our targets. In this context, the deliberations in this forum are expected to be very helpful and valuable to address the interconnected sustainable development issues of today's world and determining ways forward to tackle them at the earliest. The SDGs are our goal commitment to end poverty, protect the environment, and achieve peace and prosperity by 2030. However, it has become a very challenging goal in the present context of the global impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Excellencies and delegates, Nepal is committed to achieve SDGs, and it is the center of Nepal's development vision and priorities. We have mainstream the SDGs into our national plans and programs. In addition, we have localized it at the provincial and local level planning and budgeting process. Similarly, arrangements have been made for the budget coding to the development programs in according to the SDGs. Furthermore, necessary policy and institutional architectures have been created to make the implementation of SDGs more systematic. Various SDGs committees have been formed in order to institutionalize and facilitate the process of SDG implementation. Other important stakeholders such as the private sector, non-governmental sector, civil society, community, and development partners have been mobilized in attaining these all-inclusive goals of sustainable development. At this stage, may I take this opportunity to share our achievements till date. The progress review of the SDGs shows that Nepal has made significant progress in achieving the SDGs before the COVID-19 pandemic due to continued efforts of the government. We have made some significant achievements in key areas. Poverty has been reduced. Significant progress has been seen in access to education and in gender empowerment and reduction of inequality. Moreover, access to basic drinking water, roads, and energy has been improved. And satisfactory increase has been seen in access to overall health facilities. However, much remains to be done to achieve the Agenda 2030, and it is not possible for the government alone to achieve this. There is need of collaboration, cooperation, and partnership among the private sectors, non-government sector, civil society, community, development partners, and other stakeholders.
I thank you, Representative for Nepal. Please wrap up.
Nepal has been graduating from the LDC status in 2026 with a transition period of 5 years. Therefore, we are in process of preparing a robust graduation strategy for ensuring a smooth, sustainable, and irreversible graduation.
Okay, thank you. Representative of Nepal, I thank you very much.
Will also help
time is
to
up.
achieve SDGs by the I just have last points, so I would like to take this opportunity here. Finally, a renewed sense of urgency and accountability in our collective efforts is critical to achieve SDGs and to ensure that no one is left behind and the farthest behind is reached first. I urge to the international community, development partners, and stakeholders for international cooperation in accelerating SDGs implementation and build back better.
Okay, thank you so much. Next to speak is representative of ESCAP, ESPN.
Rights of the people of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ESCAP, ESPN.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. I'm George Lam, Chairman of the SCAP.
Okay. Since we're connecting the next, please, Australia. ESPN is back? Okay. If not, we could move to Australia and then come back to ESCAP, ESPN.
Dr. Lam. Hello, this is Dr. George Lam. Please wait.
Chair, good morning. My apologies. Just now I could see you, but thank you. Thank you. May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My apologies. Good morning. I'm George Lam, Chairman of the SCAP, Sustainable Business Network, ESBN. The SCAP Sustainable Business Network represents businesses of Asia-Pacific region committed to the development that is sustainable, creating infrastructure, technology, logistics, goods and services to improve people's lives and to create a more sustainable and inclusive future together. Our region's immediate challenge is to build back better from the COVID-19 pandemic. As we build back, we must invest in smarter, greener solutions. That is what building back better must mean. Now is the time to double down, not to neglect our commitments to achieve the global goals agreed by world leaders in 2015, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. We welcome the recognition at COP26 that the world must move into emergency mode to address the urgent challenge of climate change, and we urge governments to create clear and predictable policy frameworks that foster green innovation and transformation to net zero carbon emissions. We are dedicated to working in partnership among businesses, governments, and communities to enable the transformation to a more sustainable economy. We will continue to align our business strategies with environmental, social, and governance or ESG principles. To build back better and to achieve sustainable development agenda, we need our own version of a Green Deal for the Asia-Pacific region, with businesses working hand in hand with governments and communities to develop new business models that create new and sustainable employment and better outcomes for the environment. We are working to develop a Green Deal, and we are urging all Asia-Pacific businesses to support it by taking specific action in the following 6 areas. 1, green energy, advancing a zero carbon, affordable, and resilient energy system. 2, green infrastructure and logistics, building smart, low carbon, water secure, and climate resilient cities, buildings and other infrastructure designed for walkability and low carbon mobility. 3, green finance, mobilizing public and private investment for green transformation in energy, infrastructure and logistics, and other sustainable innovation for the new economy. 4, green innovation, accelerating and scaling up new technologies and applications to improve efficiency, lower costs, and reduce environmental impact from the way we live, work, trade, and conduct business. 5, green
Thank you so much. Please wrap up.
Management. Yeah. And finally, 6, green economy professionals. Businesses should help them. We are committed, and we urge business to join us in developing this new Asia-Pacific Green Deal to build back better from the COVID-19 pandemic and to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Now we are having 6 delegates wanting the floor to speak and only 10 minutes left. Please, Australia is next to speak, and Asia-Pacific Forum on Women, Law, and yeah, please be prepared.
Madam Chair, as we gather to review our collective progress on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, it is clear the international community has much to do to realise the ambition of a sustainable and resilient COVID-19 recovery. COVID-19 has been a major shock in the Asia-Pacific, wiping out years of development and exacerbating existing vulnerabilities. This has only made our collective agreement to the shared priorities of the 2030 Agenda more important. Australia has transformed our development program to stand with our neighbours under our Partnership for Recovery framework. This framework is supporting the region's economic recovery and efforts to progress the SDGs, and I'm pleased to share some of Australia's progress of the goals under review at this year's Asia-Pacific Sustainable Development Forum. Australia is investing more than $580 million to support education systems in the Indo-Pacific, so school closures don't rob children of a brighter future. And in Indonesia, our assistance helped the government triple its own financial support for poor families in 2020 to almost $20 billion, reaching more than 146 million people. We are providing an estimated $1.5 billion each year to support gender equality. Our Pacific Women program reached almost 250,000 women and girls in 2020-2021, providing crisis services, training and upskilling, and financial literacy support to help them mitigate the impacts of the pandemic in their lives. Turning to oceans, in the Asia-Pacific region alone, plastic litter costs an estimated $1.3 billion a year in tourism, fishing, and shipping industries. Australia is a strong supporter of efforts to address marine plastic pollution, including providing $16 million to support the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environmental Program to implement the Pacific Regional Action Plan for Marine Litter. With regard to life on land, in 2021, Australia launched a new $9.5 million partnership with World Wildlife Fund to deliver community-led ecosystem restoration and conservation programs in the Indo-Pacific. Investing in diverse partnerships is critical to meeting the SDGs. Australia is pioneering approaches to mobilise the private sector financing for developing countries to transition their energy systems and economies for a low emissions future. This will include access to affordable renewable energy essential for developing nations to reduce their emissions.
Thank you. Please conclude.
COVID-19 pandemic is testing us all, but it has clearly shown that working together in a global community is vital. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Australia. Next to speak, Asia Pacific Forum Women Law and Development, delivering a collective statement on behalf of CSOs. Ms. Vardarina.
Thank you so much, Chair. Civil society engaged very active in the roundtable yesterday. They are good modality and one of the strengths of APFSD compared to the HLPF and also other regional processes that doesn't have roundtable. However, the roundtable yesterday did not have much government representation, which we see as a missed opportunity for necessary exchange between governments and rights holder. We strongly urge governments to participate in this roundtable as a crucial part of necessary discussion around not only on the goals, but also necessary principles that underpin them. We thank the presentation of the roundtable, but there are gaps we want to highlight. On Goal 4, the need for a mother tongue-based and culturally appropriate education for indigenous peoples should also be addressed. Women economic empowerment was highlighted in Goal 5, but it really needs to go beyond the idea that women are economically empowered when they have the agency to compete in the market. If ever women's empowerment mean anything, it must extend to strengthening women's human rights and women's capacity to exercise real power and control over their own life and the terms on which they engage with social and economic structure. On Goal 15, civil society have long warned that nature-based solution can be another greenwashing. There is a need for human rights approach to biodiversity conservation and to climate change solution. On Goal 17, we are happy that data disaggregation by gender, disability, ethnicity was emphasized because we are not there yet where we can measure to ensure vulnerable parts of our population are not left behind. Delegates, it becomes very apparent that civil society overarching recommendation is policy coherence for human rights, including right to development. If anything that COVID has made clear is that the government needs to regulate SDGs and development policies for the public interest. Decision on trade, financing, and other development policies require human rights, SDGs, and gender impact assessment to ensure that they are aligned with the national and extraterritorial human rights and SDG obligation of governments. We also stress the need for evaluation of potential environment and socioeconomic impacts of new and emerging technologies and digitalization. The current framework of Building Back Better will definitely fail if it solely relies on the partnership that provides a more enabling environment for the private sector and the international financial institution to have control over public goods and services. Asia-Pacific Regional CSO engagement mechanism have long demanded a post-COVID-19 recovery that centers care, well-being, health and safety of the people in an intersectional manner that aims toward just and equitable transition for an equal healthy planet guided by the international solidarity, multilateralism, and strengthened democratic rights, a recovery that we call development justice. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much. We are still having 1 minute allowed for this session, so I would like to take you and Dessa on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning and afternoon. It is my great honor to participate in this forum. I'm Bo Gyun-sim, head of UNPOC, based in the Republic of Korea as part of UNDESA. We aim to strengthen the public governance capacities of developing member states in Asia, the Pacific, and beyond. Although the COVID-19 has disrupted the implementation of SDGs, we can improve the situation through effective governance. You may ask, what is effective governance? In order to suggest practical guidance to this question, 11 principles of effective governance have been developed by the UNCEPA, and UNDESA has launched a curriculum on governance. The training toolkits are structured around key topics such as changing mindsets to implement the 2030 Agenda. The curriculum is available on the UN Public Administration Network website. UNPOC is also developing handbooks, policy briefs, and online courses based on these policy issues. Moreover, we hope to contemplate more practical methods to address diverse policy issues through in-depth case studies and exercise for actions to identify key issues and create solutions. In 2021, UNPOC organized its annual regional symposium. We discussed today's agenda on building back better from COVID-19, focusing on effective public governance and digital transformation. Some of the recommendations were to build effective national to local coordination and promote national, regional, global partnerships to strengthen data governance, to move towards risk-informed governance arrangements. UNPOC will have more in-depth follow-up activities this year by referring to the findings of the 9th Asia-Pacific Forum. Before I conclude, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to ESCAP for organizing this forum. I wish you all a fruitful discussion and a successful forum. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Hernandez. This is the end of the first session of today's morning. We are at the end of our session. Let me close this session and thank you for the contributions and the excellent segment. I very much apologize for the delegates who have not spoken yet. You will be held on the list and you can intervene on the next session. We will move now to the second session. During this session, we will continue to proceed with agenda item 2, building back better from COVID-19 while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 agenda in the Asia and the Pacific. The document pertinent to this session is implementation of the 2030 agenda for sustainable development at the sub-regional level. This session will discuss sub-regional approaches for accelerating the SDGs. So for this session, we are very honored to get the support of Ms. Simona Marinescu, United Nations Resident Coordinator for Samoa, Cook Island, New, Tokelau, who will moderate this discussion. May I invite Ms. Simona Marinescu to come to the rostrum and moderate this discussion. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, distinguished delegates. I am indeed extremely honored to come from the Pacific and join you in this important discussion as we build on the sub-regional dialogues and share the approaches that are meant to ensure we are moving forward on the pathway to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Excellency Ariunzaya Ayush, Vice Chair of the 9th Asia-Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development, Mr. Oliver Paddison, Office of the Executive Secretary to the Forum. I would like to invite you to an interesting debate today with, again, presentations coming from various sessions that took place at the sub-regional level. The session comes 2 years into the decade of action, during which staying on track for the achievement of the SDGs in the region and globally seems to be harder than ever. As the 2022 SDG Progress Report that you might have seen, that ESCAP released recently shows, at the 2021 pace of progress towards the achievement of the SDGs, we would need to wait until 2065 to ensure that we achieve the targets that we set in 2015. Unfortunately, if we miss the Paris target in global warming and fail to achieve net zero by 2050, reaching the SDG targets may never actually happen, with all the dramatic consequences for our humanity and the planet. Recovery from the pandemic at the time of major economic disruptions and ongoing conflicts is a complex process for which the SDGs remain highly relevant. Several major challenges are before us as the dialogues identified at the sub-regional level. The never-ending pandemic, 2 years in, the high level of debt, the latest figures showing a global debt of over 300 trillion last month, and a part of it is the global debt coming from the region, food system fragility and access to energy, and above all, time, which is a vital parameter to advance adaptation and avoid a climate catastrophe. The session today is structured as follows. We will start with a brief video highlighting the sub-regional SDG multi-stakeholder forums, followed by a presentation from Mr. Ganbold Basanjav, head of the sub-regional office for East and Northeast Asia of ESCAP, representing all ESCAP sub-regional offices. The presentation will be followed by the intervention from the representative of the civil society organizations and then by interventions from sub-regional organizations. May I now ask the conference room officers to play the short video from the sub-regional SDG forums. Thank you.
As part of the preparatory process for the 9th APFSD, the 5 subregions of ESCAP convened their multi-stakeholder SDG forums in the final quarter of 2021. Representatives from governments, academia, international organizations, think tanks, and civil society actively engaged in these sub-regional forums to support the region in building back better post-COVID-19 and advance implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. High-level officials steered the engagement at the sub-regional forums towards cooperation on socio-economic recovery. Participants thought to identify solutions to address immediate recovery concerns and ensure the long-term resilience and sustainability of our economies. At the current pace, the Asia-Pacific region is not on track to achieve any of the 17 SDGs by 2030. The participants fully recognize that hard-won development gains over the past decades risk being lost. There is now an urgent need to ensure that responses to the pandemic at all levels are aligned with the 2030 Agenda. 10 ESCAP member states presented their voluntary national reviews during the high-level political forum on sustainable development in July 2021. Cross-sharing countries' experiences to enable peer learning through the voluntary national review process is an important initiative. They help us understand the challenges and lessons learned, and also to adapt successful approaches to respective national circumstances. At the forums, participants highlighted the sub-regional context of the 5 goals under review: quality education, gender equality, life underwater, life on land, and leveraging partnerships as means of implementation for the SDGs. And in the process, they identified high-impact actions for accelerating progress towards the SDGs. These include enhanced connectivity and strengthened health infrastructure in Southeast Asia, enhanced social support programs and green recovery efforts in East and Northeast Asia, broad-based policy interventions, and more financing for SDG mainstreaming and national planning in South and Southwest Asia, increased climate ambition and climate disaster risk finance options in the Pacific, improved statistics and diversifying development finance in North and Central Asia. The sub-regional forums showcase the strong commitment from all stakeholders to further deepen inclusive collaboration as we strive to build back better and accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda.
Thank you very much for playing the video and giving us an entry point into the session. The region is highly diverse. Such sub-regional exchanges and learning from one another is extremely important to ensure that together we advance towards the SDGs. Next, it is a pleasure to invite Mr. Gunbold Basanjav, Head of Sub-Regional Office for East and Northeast Asia of ESCAP, to give a presentation. Sir, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, good afternoon from Incheon. On behalf of 5 sub-regional offices of ESCAP, thank you for this opportunity to present the highlights of the sub-regional forums on SDGs held across Asia and the Pacific region in 2021. The sub-regional SDG forums are held annually. These forums are important components of the preparatory process of our annual APFSD. The broad-based participation during the sub-regional forums each year allow for rich exchanges of perspectives among various sectors on the SDG implementation. And this broad-based participation across sectors in the sub-regions are equally responded to by the important work of ESCAP at the sub-regional level, working with other UN entities through, among others, the Regional Collaborative Platform and UN country teams delivering as one UN. Our sub-regional engagements is further enhanced and supported by collaborations with sub-regional organizations. All these generating further momentum and a strong boost in accelerating SDG implementation. In 2021, our sub-regional engagements further solidified. The 5 sub-regional SDG forums were held successfully in the 4th quarter, either in online or hybrid formats, and convened various stakeholders to discuss SDG targets on quality education, SDG 4, gender equality, SDG 5, life underwater, SDG 14, life on land, SDG 15, and leveraging partnerships and means of implementation for the SDGs 17. We fully recognize that each sub-region in the Asia-Pacific are of different circumstances, and consequently, there is diverse progress across sub-regions in achieving SDG targets, as highlighted by the Asia and Pacific SDG Progress Report, ESCAP's flagship publication. Nonetheless, 2 years into the COVID-19 pandemic, the 5 sub-regions have faced common challenges. First, the unprecedented adverse impacts of the pandemic have further widened disparities in societies, making these disadvantaged groups in our population more vulnerable. Inequality and poverty have grown among vulnerable groups, such as women, young people, children, older persons, migrants, or persons with disabilities. Second, structural weaknesses existing prior to the pandemic have further deepened. As it already was even before the pandemic, many countries have already been facing difficult paths toward sustainable development, significantly constrained by long-standing development issues. And third, economic growth is still dependent on intensive use of natural resources. Environmental sustainability is a serious concern, with many countries in the Asia-Pacific region being most disaster-prone and facing increasing environmental risks related to climate change. Faced with common challenges amidst 3 differences in sub-regional circumstances, indeed, work at the sub-regional level draws much importance. These common challenges invoke among the sub-regions a shared understanding going forward. To bounce back stronger and more resilient from the pandemic is as urgent as accelerating the SDG progress already 2 years into this decade of action. To this end, stakeholders across sub-regions realize the synergies and interlinked opportunities of building back better through further implementing the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. Pandemic recovery and advancing SDG progress are indeed complex tasks. To make meaningful advances, addressing these complexities require concerted efforts through regional cooperation and integration. And to steer collaborations, actions among subregions, take guidance from the ESCAP resolution adopted during the 77th Commission session in April 2021 on 4 interconnected areas of sustainable recovery. Stakeholders from 5 subregions recommended solution-oriented actions toward sustainable recovery, clustered across 4 interconnected areas: social protection, sustained economic recovery, connectivity in supply chain, and environmental health. On social protection, the burden on healthcare systems amplify the need to strengthen healthcare systems in Southeast Asia and the Pacific. Similarly, for the Pacific as well as Northeast Asia, more attention needs to be paid to establishing a stronger social protection system to ensure that societies are more resilient and capable of facing future crises. On sustained economic recovery, diversifying development finance has become even more crucial now in North and Central Asia to close SDG financing gaps amid tightened fiscal space. Sufficient climate and disaster risk finance is needed for many of our subregions, home to most disaster-prone countries like South and Southwest Asia and the Pacific. On connectivity and supply chain, addressing the digital divide, especially for the most vulnerable groups, is a priority action in Southeast Asia. The Pacific also places an important role on climate-smart trade and energy. On environmental health, nature-based recovery is highlighted in East and Northeast Asia, calling for more integrated approach to nature and human health. All subregions underscored the paramount importance to redouble efforts on climate, faced within stark reality of all regressing SDG targets related to climate action. Stakeholders in South and Southwest Asia, North and Central Asia, and other subregions recognize the importance of addressing enabling factors to realize sustainable recovery, underscoring the need for broad-based policy interventions, better coordination, and enhanced role of local government. Improved data collection, knowledge sharing across subregions, and mainstreaming SDGs in national planning are also critical to further strengthen evidence-based policymaking. In all these, stakeholders across subregions resonated the call to further intensify regional cooperation and partnerships within and across subregions to advance our shared development objectives in line with the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. To this end, ESCAP's work at the subregional level will continue to respond to such call, working together with our UN colleagues and subregional partners. Excellencies, distinguished guests, this ends my presentation on behalf of the 5 subregional offices of ESCAP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ganbold Bansanjav. We will have an opportunity to hear from each of the sub-regional offices. I just wanted to add, coming from the Pacific, one of the most vulnerable parts of the world, it is extremely important to acknowledge the necessity of access to financing, and we look forward to the deliberations of G20 now in the region under the presidency of Indonesia later on during the year. I would like to call for the next presentation Mr. Prasad Saikia, Joint Director of the Northeast Affected Area Development Society for the Civil Society Organizations Intervention. So, Mr. Saikia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues from civil society organization, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am representing Northeast Affected Area Development Society from northeast part of India and speak here on behalf of Asia Pacific Regional Civil Society Engagement Mechanism. The sub-regional approach is very positive to accelerate the SDGs in the region. We appreciate all the efforts of the sub-regional office of ESCAP. South Asia remains the poorest and hosting the majority and hungry and malnourished people. The sub-region is also highly vulnerable to increased humanitarian crises, protracted disasters, and climate change, with many countries in the top of 20 of the climate change risks index. The health and economic shocks of COVID-19 continue to take a heavy toll, intensifying humanitarian needs with severe impact on livelihood, family income, poverty, and food security in the region. Air pollution is also on top in priority, as the sub-region has the largest mortality from the air pollution. Changing geopolitical dynamics stresses further challenges on peace in the sub-region. However, the main political body of the sub-region, SAARC, remain moribund. Southeast Asia, despite its high growth, large communities remain highly vulnerable to disasters, air pollution, and hedge. The sub-region also witnessed continued deforestation, with some countries accounting for 1/4 of total emissions from the land use and land use change and deforestation. Extensive plantation projects to have led to increased land degradation, loss of biodiversity, and further exploitation of plantation workers, including women. Southeast Asia, as well as the South Asia region, contribute significantly to the global labor force, but yet the migrant workers and their families from this region remain vulnerable in their host countries as well as countries of their origin. Central Asia also experiences increased poverty due to the pandemic, extensive mining, increased land degradation, and ambient air pollution, and priority challenges from the CSO perspective. Northeast Asia witnesses fragile peace and security. Pacific region and many small island developing states faces existential threats due to rampant climate change impact and increasing disasters. In addition, the sub-region also face the burden of plastic pollution. Violence against women and girls remain excessively high and severe in South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Northeast Asia, with a growing war and conflict situation, militarization, weak governance, and political instability. The need for humanitarian assistance is in rising trend, which are also impacting implementation and progress of SDGs in the region. Across the Asia, development aggression and plight of indigenous peoples are mounting in form of land grabbing, extractive industries, large-scale mining, large energy infrastructure project, agribusiness, etc. There is rise in the number of killings as well as different form of human rights violation of environment defenders in the Southeast Asia and South Asia. These are happening in the countries where there is opposition to these projects, such as large-scale mining, dams, and industrial plantation. Civil society organizations continue to face challenges that threaten the existence and fundamental democratic principles. Shrinking space of civil society, unfavorable legislation, freedom of assembly and speech is indicating trend of widening of authoritarian governance across the Asia-Pacific region. We welcome sub-regional forums on sustainable development as good start, but wonder whether the outcomes of these forums have any follow-up and review or any reflection in the Regional Asia-Pacific Forum. We civil society organization would like to put forward the recommendations that includes stronger linkages between national, sub-regional, and regional forum. Political forums in the sub-regions need to be more aligned with sustainable development forums. To strengthen sub-regional cooperation, joint strategies need to be undertaken to tackle common challenges and risks, especially around issues of sustaining peace and stability, respect to sovereignty, economic development, environment protection, natural resources, and impact of climate change. To address COVID-19 and other health inequalities, health system must be strengthened nationally, regionally, and globally. We need an equitable approach to global health security rooted in the principle of global solidarity. Rights of indigenous peoples must be ensured and protected to govern themselves, being free from imperialism, state oppression, and human rights violation. The triple nexus of humanitarian development, peace to be institutionalized for collaboration with humanitarian development and peace sectors in pursuit of a common agenda. The response to COVID-19 should be inclusive, participatory, accountable, and human right-based, which is guided by core humanitarian standard on quality and accountability, so that affected people survive and recover with dignity. We urge to APFSD to use all diplomatic channels and influencing tools to encourage government to protect civil society's rights to freedom of assembly, association, participation, expression, opinion, and access to information. We urge for a humanitarian financing system that is locally driven, risk-informed, need-based, and increasingly focused on reducing risk, anticipation, and acting ahead of predictable crises. Lastly, we stand in solidarity with all civil society groups and through the 9th APFSD, we would like to send a strong message of harmony in the face of threats to civil society and civic space. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Indeed, Mr. Saikia, Joint Director of the Northeast Affected Area Development Society, for reminding us that development is not good enough unless it ensures it's human rights based and it leaves no one behind, and also appreciated your reference to the importance of global solidarity at this time. In the proceedings of this session, we will hear from sub-regional organizations as well. A kind reminder for a brief presentation by each of the representatives of the sub-regional organizations. We will start first with Mr. Esala Ruan Werakun, Secretary General of the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, for his intervention. So, Mr. Werakun, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am pleased to address this session on sub-regional approaches for accelerating the SDGs under agenda item number 2, Building Back Better from COVID-19, while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda in Asia and the Pacific. I thank the distinguished Undersecretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Her Excellency Armida Salsia Alisjabana, for convening the 9th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. I congratulate Her Excellency for leadership to UN ESCAP and for her vision in advancing its mandate. Distinguished delegates, we are meeting at a time when we are beginning to raise our heads from the debilitating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has caused severe adverse socio-economic impacts, demanding concerted action for building back better. Hard-earned gains in poverty reduction have been reversed, and education of children has been disrupted. The pandemic has strained healthcare systems, disrupted economic activities, and widened inequality. The pandemic has triggered disproportionately larger socio-economic impacts in the developing world, particularly South Asia, with less than adequate levels of preparedness, variable health infrastructure and services, and limited fiscal space for economic stimulus measures. It has exposed critical development gaps and vulnerabilities of the sub-region, exerting adverse impacts across most of the SDG indicators. Distinguished delegates, regional cooperation is fundamental for achieving the SDGs and for attempting building back better from the COVID-19 pandemic. South Asia urgently needs an accelerated SDG implementation pathway, given that the South and Southwest Asia sub-regions may miss several SDG targets by 2030. Though progress has been made on some goals, the pace seems below par. Reasonable progress has been made towards life on land, no poverty, and good health and well-being. Meanwhile, the sub-region is regressing on sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, and climate action. Limited progress, coupled with the unprecedented effects of COVID-19, will require urgent strategic and concentrated efforts to accelerate progress towards achieving the 2030 Agenda across the sub-region. In this regard, I recall the 5th South Asia Forum on the Sustainable Development Goals, organized by the ESCAP South and Southwest Asia Office and the Government of Sri Lanka in November 2021. I also compliment the ESCAP Sub-Regional Office in New Delhi for launching the special report on achieving the SDGs in South Asia. The key proposals emerging from the report, such as sustained growth through economic diversification, enhanced investments in the core social sectors of health and education, expansion of social protection measures, and investing in clean energy and environmental sustainability are highly relevant for South Asia. Excellencies, South Asia offers important avenues at its disposal to take advantage of the potential of regional cooperation for achieving SDGs. A key area is that of regional economic integration. South Asia can gain substantially by fostering intra-regional trade in goods and services and investment flows to create immense economic opportunities for poverty reduction and development. The South Asia Network on SDGs, created by ESCAP, is another very useful initiative. We look forward to a constructive engagement with ESCAP and SANS in achieving SDGs through sharing of knowledge, best practices, and lessons learned. Excellencies, as you are aware, the South Asian countries responded proactively to the COVID-19 crisis, renewing their commitment to work together. The virtual meeting of the SAARC leaders on 15th March 2020 as an immediate emergency response measure set up the SAARC COVID-19 Emergency Fund through voluntary contributions of the member states. Other initiatives include allocations by the SAARC Development Fund for COVID-19 related projects, setting up of an electronic platform called SAARC COVID-19 Information Exchange Platform to exchange COVID-19 related health information and training, a dedicated COVID-19 website by the SAARC Disaster Management Center, and distribution of COVID-19 vaccines. These developments provide a much-needed impetus for greater regional cooperation under the auspices of SAARC. We hope to build on the momentum in the coming times. I take this opportunity to reaffirm the commitment of SAARC towards promoting regional cooperation and collaboration for achieving SDGs. We would be happy to collaborate with ESCAP in this regard. I once again compliment ESCAP for organizing this forum to further the agenda of regional cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency Esala Ruan Werakun, Secretary General of the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, for your intervention, and thank you for reminding us that over 100 million people have fallen back into extreme poverty after the great success we have registered together during the Millennium Development Goal framework, and the importance of social protection to ensure that while we restore growth, we grow together. And accompanying this particular goal, ensuring that we continue to green to secure a future for young generations. I would like to give the floor for the next intervention. First of all, we will have an opportunity to watch a video, so I'm asking the conference room officers to play the short video from Excellency Dato Lim Jok Hoi, Secretary General, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN. Thank you.
Her Excellency, Madam Armida Salasia Ali Sajana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellency, Distinguished Representative, and guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. I congratulate ESCAP for convening this important forum to align our policies and highlight the role of regional cooperation to build back better from the pandemic, as well as implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as articulated in the complementarities initiative between the ASEAN Community Vision 2025 and the 2030 Agenda. ASEAN remains committed to achieving the sustainable development goals, guided by the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework and its implementation plan. Our effort places at its core the welfare of the people, especially sectors and segments of society most affected by the pandemic, and focuses on 5 broad strategies of enhancing health system, strengthening human security, maximizing intra-ASEAN market and broader economic integration, inclusive digital transformation, as well as sustainability and resilience. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to highlight some perspectives from the ASEAN's region in this endeavor. Firstly, ASEAN continues to pursue efforts to translate high-level political commitment into concrete initiatives by leveraging opportunity for cooperation and partnership. This includes areas such as public health and safety, social protection, development in labor employment, environmental protection, education, poverty eradication, and gender equality. Secondly, ASEAN member states share a common interest in protecting human rights and fundamental freedoms to address non-traditional security issues ranging from preventing trafficking in person, border management, and cybersecurity. As a highly competitive region, ASEAN envisions robust and equitable economic growth. Central to this are consumer protection, intellectual property rights, and the ASEAN Disaster Risk Financing and Insurance Program, which enable ASEAN member states to be more resilient and overcome the financial burden caused by disasters. The ASEAN taxonomy also lays a critical building block in attracting investment and financial flows into sustainable development projects in the region. Thirdly, ASEAN recently launched the ASEAN Gender Mainstreaming Strategic Framework in January 2022, which focuses on a holistic approach and underscores the region's steadfast commitment to promote gender equality and women's empowerment. Likewise, ASEAN has also established and strengthened common platforms that contribute to building the narrative and fostering dialogue on SDG. These include the ASEAN Ministerial Dialogue on Accelerating Action to Achieve the SDGs, the High-Level Brainstorming Dialogue on Enhancing Complementarity between ASEAN Community Vision 2025 and the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the ASEAN UNDP China Symposium on SDG, and the ASEAN-EU Dialogue on Sustainable Development. In addition, ASEAN Ministerial Dialogue on Women, Peace and Security, convened in 2020, highlighted ASEAN efforts to enhance women's role in peace and sustainable development. In closing, I look forward to a productive and fruitful exchange of views, particularly in the area of gathering data to address gaps, implementing inclusive measures, and strengthening stakeholders' engagement in SDG. I wish the forum every success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency Dato Lim Jok Hoi, Secretary General of ASEAN. We remain committed together to ensuring we contribute and advance and accomplish gender equality in the region. And thank you so much for stressing the importance of continued regional integration and digital transformation and ensuring we use all enablers we have access to advance the SDGs. I would like to invite next Mr. Andres Morodin, Director of the Greater Tumen Initiative Secretariat, for his intervention, with a kind reminder that the time allotted is 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to participate in this session on the 9th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development and Shared GTI's experience and perspectives on regional cooperation for building back better from the COVID-19 and implementation of the 2030 Agenda. With the COVID-19 pandemic imposing barriers and limitations in the world, we in GTI have been maintaining a constant communication with our stakeholders in different sectors, adjusting to the realities of the current challenges. During the past 2 years, we managed to hold most of our regular events, thus providing opportunities for sharing of best practices and coordination among the member countries in different fields. Members of the GTI Consultative Commission, during their meeting in November last, recognized that member states continued responding effectively to new COVID-19 outbreaks with appropriate measures, including massive vaccination, border control, social distancing. The Commission meeting also urged the GTI Secretariat, jointly with member countries, to take necessary measures to accelerate the implementation of delayed cooperation projects and revitalize stagnant cooperation channels. Among other priorities, the GTI member states welcomed the promotion of the 2030 Agenda and harmonization of green finance instruments verification systems. During the chairmanship of the Russian Federation in the Consultative Commission last year, the Northeast Asia Policy Dialogue on Sustainable Finance was organized, which contributed to sharing member states' knowledge and experience in developing sustainable finance frameworks on the path to a sustainable recovery and exploring options for further cooperation in developing sustainable finance instruments in the region. Also, last year, the newly established Northeast Asia Business Association has convened its first regular meeting. We expect this association to become a robust platform to develop private sector potential and cooperation and to facilitate B2B and B2G policy dialogues and exchanges for ensuring practical partnership to implement joint projects of mutual interest and enhance the business environment in the Northeast Asia. Besides, in view of ongoing and emerging regional initiatives for cooperation in the medical or health sphere in the Northeast Asia, such as vaccination, control of infectious diseases, mutual recognition of vaccination certificates, etc., we in the GTI Secretariat continue to stand ready to provide necessary coordination and facilitation support for such joint efforts among our member states.
Mr. Smorodin, kindly try to conclude in 30 seconds. Apologies. I'm just using my limited power as a moderator. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. So we also strengthening our partnership with all other regional organizations, and we anticipate further progress on building partnership and finding new paths of cooperation, resulting in more extensive and specific joint achievements, and look forward to further collaboration with ESCAP and other regional organizations in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smorodin. For the next intervention, may I ask the conference room officers to play the short video from Mrs. Gohar Parsegian, Director of the Integration Development Department, Eurasian Economic Commission. Kindly play the video. Thank you.
Dear session participants, at today's session on sub-regional approaches for accelerating the SDGs, I will share with you the current progress within the Eurasian Economic Union's region, taking into account the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The Eurasian Economic Union, which unites Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Russia, and its permanent executive body, the Eurasian Economic Commission, pay great attention to the issues of promoting the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by its member states. The Treaty of the Union and the fundamental documents that constitute the law of the EIU cover all 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Given the far-reaching and ambitious vision of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, regional organizations play a significant role since they can strengthen the implementation of global goals by fostering coherence and learning between their member states. The COVID-19 pandemic has provided an unprecedented call to action, exacerbated many of the problems, in some cases actually by setting back the achievements of the previous years and highlighting the very issues that underpinned the 2030 agenda. The Eurasian Economic Commission seeks to minimize the damage from the pandemic in its work. We have managed to react promptly to the changing conditions, jointly developed and adopted non-standard policies to protect our populations and the functioning of the socio-economic sphere. For example, thanks to close cooperation in the agro-industrial sector, the Eurasian Economic Union has achieved an unexceptionally high level of food security. Even in the crisis year of the 2020, agricultural production showed an increase of more than 2%. For several years in a row, GDP per capita growth rates in all member states have also registered positive dynamics, and even in the difficult year 2020 due to the start of the pandemic. We at the Eurasian Economic Commission take seriously the important role regional integration organizations play in localizing the SDGs by facilitating the translation of the global agenda into national action. With this being said, the Eurasian Economic Commission, together with the Union's member states, are implementing the strategic directions for developing the Eurasian economic integration until 2025, approved by the heads of our states in December 2020. I would like to note that the Strategy 2025 pays considerable attention to social aspects that are closely related to SDGs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 10. The strategy also includes new areas of economic cooperation in the fields of education, science, healthcare, tourism, and sports. Dear colleagues, in the face of the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Eurasian Economic Union attaches great importance to enhancing partnerships and strengthening multilateral cooperation. To overcome the negative consequences of the spread of the pandemic, the efforts of all countries will be required, and therefore the agenda for the development of international partnership is one of our priorities. It is in this spirit, focusing on direct interaction with both national governments and regional integration associations, that the Eurasian Economic Union is promoting its international activities. The Union already has a wide network of partnerships with all key integration structures. Direct dialogue between integration associations is designed to contribute not only to progress in achieving the SDGs, but also to increase predictability and trust in relationships, which is extremely important today. In the Eurasian Economic Union Strategy 2025, international partnership occupies an important place, and we are open to dialogue both with partners with whom relations have already been formalized and with whom those who are only starting to look closer at dialogue possibilities with the Eurasian Economic Union. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gohar Barsegyan. And next we are going to my very region, to the Pacific. I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Henry Coker, Secretary General of the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat, for his intervention. Mr. Coker, the floor is yours.
All protocols observed. Greetings from the Pacific. In the interest of time, I will submit my full statement for the record and will only talk about a couple of key issues. This year, the Pacific region will develop its second Quadrennial Pacific Regional Sustainable Development Report. This second report is being prepared under the leadership of our Pacific governments and coordinated by PIFS and UN ESCAP in collaboration with CROP, UN systems, and non-state actors. The report will give us a high-level snapshot of where we are in terms of our development pillars: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships. It also allows us to address the impacts of COVID-19 and at the same time continue to address our vulnerability to climate change, natural disasters, oceans, and other geostrategic concerns. As expected, our data challenges continue to be significant. However, the Pacific has made good progress in terms of improving the availability of data to monitor the 131 Pacific subset indicators. Measurability has increased to 55% from 48% in 2018. 15 of our 18 Forum Island member countries now have over 50% data availability. As with the rest of the world, COVID-19 has had a significant impact on growth and development in the Pacific. Major employers and revenue generators such as tourism, fisheries, and the supply chains were affected. Household and business incomes have fallen in 2020 and 2021. Government finances have struggled with the dual pressure of decreased revenue and increased expenditures, arising from higher health costs and demand for social support. It is anticipated that in many areas, progress made towards meeting the SDGs may have regressed. Challenges remain acute as natural disasters continue to affect government spending on social protection, health, and education. Inequality is increasing. Communities continue to endure lower levels of access to safe water and sanitation and are disproportionately impacted by the water-related impacts of disasters and climate change. Violence against women and children also continues to be a serious concern. All in all, the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development calls for collective efforts to tackle regional and global issues. It emphasizes the importance of collaboration among regional institutions such as PIFS and the UN Regional Commission, ESCAP. On this note, the decision by Pacific leaders to develop a long-term 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent does not replace the national commitment to the 2030 Agenda, but rather complements national efforts. The 2050 strategy reaffirms our Pacific commitment to harness the power of our collective in new and innovative ways, to address our present and future challenges that will lead to transformative change for present and future generations. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cocker, for a great presentation of the challenges in the Pacific. The entire planet is vulnerable, but even more so those small nations in the middle of the water with limited, much lower long-term development potentials due to small economies, as well as large interannual shocks caused by the exposure to climate change adverse events. I will now give back the floor to the Vice Chair, Excellency Arunzaya Ayush, with much appreciation for giving me the moderator role, and also with congratulations for your leadership of the 9th session of the forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marinescu, for your moderation. So now coming back to interventions, I have 9 delegates on my list to speak, and each and every has 3 minutes to speak. So 9 mal 3 is 27 minutes. So we got until 12 o'clock, strictly the time. So if everybody keeps in time, everybody gets to speak. Please, I invite Ms. Representative from Iran to speak. Be prepared next to speak, Maldives.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Thank you, Secretariat, for organizing this significant meeting, and very good morning, all distinguished representatives. Madam Chair, Islamic Republic of Iran firmly holds to the opinion that any development and progress arises from education. In this regard, I would like to share my country's experiences very briefly. Islamic Republic of Iran, based upon its national legislation and priorities, has made significant progress to boost the regulations aiming to reach a sustainable educational system. For this purpose, the Fundamental Reform Document of Education as a national and upstream document approved in order to develop and promote educational system in all levels and dimensions based upon fairness, justice, and equity. Regarding the women empowerment and the essentiality of their more and effective participations, Islamic Republic of Iran has established a deputy for women and family that Vice President is responsible for. One of the main policies of this deputy is empowering women and girls in different aspects: legal, economic, social, and individual. Charter of Citizenship Rights approved by President of Islamic Republic of Iran. In this charter, some main parts of this Charter are focusing on women's empowerment components based upon fairness and justice. For sharing some tangible indexes in this respect, I would say the literacy rate among women is almost 90%. At least 50% of college students, almost 30% of faculty members and professors of universities, 37 of medical doctors are currently women. At the top level of decision making, almost 30% are women. I thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Next, I invite to speak representative from Maldives.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and Assalamu alaikum. It gives me a great pleasure to attend this meeting in person organized by the ESCAP. I must first congratulate the Secretariat for organizing a very successful event, and I also congratulate the esteemed panel for their insightful interventions early on. Excellencies, I come from the South Asia sub-region, which did excellent economic progress despite the global recession. However, COVID-19 brought almost a halt to all the development work that we were working on. We are way behind on our targets to achieve SDGs. While countries are making their best effort to accelerate the progress towards achieving SDGs, the efforts can be more faster if the countries cooperate amongst each other and through regional cooperation platforms that are established. In this regard, let me state that Maldives has achieved SDGs 1, 4, and 7, and has maintained momentum in progressing towards several SDGs, including 6, 11, and 16 throughout the COVID pandemic. While COVID-19 has had severe and adverse impacts on our economy and our livelihoods, the pandemic experience resulted in important lessons, particularly in terms of demonstrating the potential of ICT for more effective delivery of public services and inclusivity. COVID-19 impacts. In response to COVID-19 impacts, efforts have been made to enhance food security, training personnel needed in the health sector and other essential workers with new skill sets needed, and also retraining redundant staff from tourism sector into other areas and providing financial support with a focus on SMEs. Maldives is also focused on strengthening our national transportation systems to facilitate better access to services and facilitate economic opportunities. In addition, decentralized governance and enhanced investments in education, health, and ICT infrastructure are core areas of importance to us. Maldives recognizes that the pandemic has created new forms of inequality, which disproportionately impact vulnerable groups such as women, children, persons with disabilities, and migrant workers and youth. To address this, the government of Maldives developed a short-term national resilient economic recovery plan to revive economic growth and to realign the social sector to face these new challenges. Government is also strengthening the decentralization process with new local councils that were elected in 2020 that are empowered with more fiscal, developmental, and legal autonomy. Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me shorten my statement. A full statement will be given to the ESCAP for publication. I also attended the 5th South Asia Forum on SDGs jointly organized by the ESCAP South and Southwest Asia Office and Sri Lankan government in Colombo in November 2021. We co-hosted the same event in 2020. And
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next to speak, Pacific Disability Forum. Be prepared to speak next, United Nations Capital Development Fund.
Thank you, Chair, Excellencies and colleagues. I'm representing the Pacific Disability Forum and Persons with Disabilities Constituency, making a collective statement on behalf of the Asia-Pacific CSOs and APRCIV. We thank you for giving us this opportunity to intervene. In recent months, the Asia-Pacific has dealt with significant challenges, including COVID-19 and a stronger and major global crisis, reiterating the need for an inclusive and collaborative approach to development. The future is uncertain. While COVID-19 has drastically altered our way of life, where inequality, emissions, and hunger have been rising consistently, civic space, democratic freedoms, and participation of the CSOs have been declining since we signed the 2030 Agenda. Urgent demand for an unprecedented response for recovery from the pandemic and expediting implementation of the SDGs through stronger, inclusive, and cooperative multilateralism and national efforts. Asia Pacific report on progress of the SDGs released by UNESCAP recently shows that SDGs will not be achieved in the region before 2072 at the current pace. No subregion or no country is in the position to achieve the SDGs by 2030 at the current pace. Majority of the countries in the region have witnessed unsustainable mounting sovereign debts and increased illicit financial flow and shrinking ODA and access to trade, thereby losing physical and policy space and are struggling for recovery. The region is also at the receiving end of runaway climate crisis and disasters, rapid biodiversity loss, and air pollution as well as plastic pollution. Large majority of the population in the region is dependent on climate-sensitive sectors. Asia Pacific is the richest region in biodiversity. However, according to recent projections, 42% of biodiversity in Southeast Asia may be lost by end of the century, and at least half of them will be global extinction. East Asian Pacific and South Asia are the most polluted subregions, accounting for 2 million deaths every year. SEEDS and especially Pacific countries also bear the brunt of plastic pollution, even though they contribute negligibly. Excellencies and colleagues, effective, resilient, and inclusive development are critical for sustained and meaningful progress. The inclusion and participation of everyone are central to this. The voice of the people in the Asia Pacific has to be recognized on the world stage, as it's a matter of urgency for us in the Asia Pacific. In closing, the Asia Pacific remains silent, steadfast, the Asia Pacific remains resilient, steadfast, and committed to the principle of leave no one behind. Thus, we cannot leave the voices of the Asia Pacific out of the 23rd Agenda to achieve sustainable development. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Next invited is to speak UNCDF. Be prepared, Sri Lanka next to speak.
Thank you so much, Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and dear colleagues, greetings from the United Nations Capital Development Fund. As a hybrid organization that is both a development agency and a development finance institution, UNCDF serves as a UN flagship catalytic financing agency for the least developed countries. We work to leverage the development impact of capital to strengthen the sustainable growth and inclusiveness of least developed countries to enable them to achieve the SDGs and leave no one behind. As we have heard, the Asia-Pacific region has a lot of work to do to accelerate the progress on the SDGs and achieve the 2030 Agenda. In that light, I now would like to share with you a few examples of UNCDF-sponsored projects in the region, which give me hope that we can get on track if we invest more and do it together. This is evidenced by a strong partnership with ESCAP in all of these projects. Since 2014, UNCDF's flagship regional program, SHIFT, Shaping Inclusive Finance Impact Transformations, has been instrumental in attracting additional finance for women, smallholder farmers, migrants, and women-owned MSMEs. Over the years, our challenge funds have developed catalytic finance has deployed catalytic finance in the forms of performance-based grants for private sector partners, including fintechs, mobile wallets, social enterprises developing agri-tech solutions, and digital marketplaces. Thanks to our financial instruments that were provided in tandem with technical assistance, these partners have brought these solutions to almost 3 million people, of which almost 40% are women and 75,000 MSMEs. In the past 5 years, throughout our work with private sector partners, we have been able to unlock over $150 million in private finance sources to support the scale-up of these solutions. I would like to highlight the work of 2 of our 20 partners that have benefited from our work with ESCAP. iFarmer in Bangladesh, a digital agri-tech social enterprise that links smallholder farmers with a farm sponsor, gaining an alternative source of low-cost capital and obtaining training on cattle, farm, and financial management. iFarmer has been able to leverage almost $6 million in financing for 11,000 smallholder farmers, in its great majority women. Boost Capital in Cambodia, an end-to-end digital microfinance platform that allows women-led MSMEs to apply for a digital loan while building their financial capabilities. Boost Capital has extended its financial facilities to more than 26,000 MSMEs and leveraged almost $1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, Uncdf stands ready to work together with governments, development banks, the private sector, and sister unit agencies to catalyze additional flows of capital, strengthen market systems and financing mechanisms to accelerate recovery from COVID-19. And we'll continue our focus on mobilizing long-term capital for least developed countries in Asia and the Pacific for the SDG investments to increase resilience and access to finance for people that are most left behind: women, youth, migrants, smallholder farmers, people with disability, and MSMEs side enterprises.
Thank you, UNCDF, for taking the floor. Please wrap up.
Thank you so much. I look forward to a fruitful discussion on how together we can achieve the SDGs in the region, as I'm sure this forum provides an excellent opportunity to turn our collective ambitions into concrete actions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next to speak, Sri Lanka, pre-prepared special talent exchange program.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving Sri Lanka the opportunity to speak. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to bring to your attention that the government of Sri Lanka, in collaboration with the South and Southwest Asia Office of ESCAP, New Delhi, co-hosted the 5th South Asia Forum on Sustainable Development Goals from 15th to 16th November 2021 in Colombo, Sri Lanka. The event was held in a hybrid mode, and we were pleased to welcome some 70 participants in person in this event during challenging times. The forum deliberated on inclusive, resilient, and sustainable strategies towards COVID-19 recovery efforts and policy priorities to accelerate SDG implementation in South Asia. Addressing the forum, His Excellency Mahinda Rajapaksa, the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, highlighted the need for stronger regional economic cooperation to ensure that the hard-earned development outcomes are not reversed in the post-pandemic era. The forum also presented us with the opportunity to launch and introduce the newly developed National SDG Data Portal of Sri Lanka to local and international stakeholders. The portal has been created as a unified and comprehensive platform for assimilation and dissemination of data on SDG indicators. It was produced through joint efforts of the Government of Sri Lanka, led by the Sustainable Development Council, and various agencies of the United Nations development systems operating in Sri Lanka. We also acknowledge the work done by ESCAP, especially the report titled Achieving the SDGs in South Asia, an integrated approach to accelerate SDG progress and COVID-19 recovery, which call for an integrated approach to SDG implementation and COVID-19 recovery, ensuring that the resources deployed address both these objectives to the maximum extent possible. Sri Lanka supports the important recommendations which emerge from the forum, including coordinated efforts to diversify and deepen financing for SDG implementation, adoption of a whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach for effective implementation of SDG plans and programs, improvements in statistical systems for monitoring progress, investments in science and technology capacities and innovation capabilities, and digitization. Excellencies, due to the success of an accelerated vaccination program, we have been able to restore the country to pre-pandemic normalcy, and looking forward, we are focused on reorienting the country towards an export economy on green development pathways. Specific policy commitments have been made to fast-track transition towards a green economy. As reported at the 5th South Asia Forum on SDGs in 2021, Sri Lanka has taken a resolution for reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 14.5% by 2030, to achieve carbon neutrality in electricity generation by 2050 and overall carbon neutrality by 2060. The National SDG Steering Committee has been established to provide leadership and guidance to the SDG implementation process in Sri Lanka and mobilize all stakeholders for this cause.
Thank you.
Excellencies, while appreciating the technical assistance and support provided by ESCAP to Sri Lanka in the areas of capacity building and the VNR process, I would like to reiterate Sri Lanka's commitment to support regional economic cooperation and collective regional actions for improving the effectiveness and efficiency of SDG interventions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Next to speak, Special Talent Exchange Program. Then Indonesia will be invited to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Avia Akram from Pakistan, and I'm representing the Disability Constituency of APRSEM. We have seen like COVID pandemic has exposed the long-standing inequalities which persons with disabilities face. In normal circumstances, persons with disabilities are less likely to access basic health services, quality education, livelihood, social and empowerment opportunities in order to participate equally in their communities. This crisis leads further to social inequalities visible and not only during the COVID, but all other humanitarian crises. The goal of the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development 2022 to building back better from the COVID-19 can only be achieved if the government, UN, private sector, CSOs, and academic communities and individuals at all levels work together in collaboration with the organizations of persons with disabilities to ensure that they have particular children, women and girls with disabilities will remain central for the full implementation of the Agenda 2030. The Disability Constituency stresses the urgency of elimination presented historical and structural inequalities, unequal power relations between the women, men, and disabled and non-disabled persons, and discriminatory laws and policies. For true inclusion, and it is important to make sure that persons with disabilities are protected and their rights are equally achieved. Mainstreaming disability in development with targeted actions, including prioritizations of the collection of use of disaggregated data is very important. Ensure that equal accessible infrastructure, the services, program, information, communication, and technology. And we also need to ensure that accessibility is the fundamental to the inclusion of persons with disabilities and also the other marginalized groups. Establish accountability and the monitoring mechanisms that all the stakeholders, all the constituency representatives are truly included. We also highlighted inclusion of persons with disabilities in climate change, disaster risk reduction, humanitarian response, recovery, employment, and education opportunities. Accountability mechanisms need to be developed by referencing the global commitments of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, 2030 Agenda, Marrakesh Treaty, along with Pacific Framework for the Rights of Persons with Disability, Sendai Framework, and the Insurance Strategy. I would say in the end, nothing about us without us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next to speak is Indonesia. Be prepared to speak next, Asia Pacific Transgender Network. Please unmute yourself. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has developed an instrument to strengthen partnership for inclusive development as mandated in our 5 years National Development Plan and implemented annual through the government work plan. This priority is in line with the goal 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Increasing in engagement with various development actors as conducted through promoting a multi-stakeholder partnership approach. In 2019, the government of Indonesia introduced a multi-stakeholder partnership guideline as an instrument for the local government and non-state actors to collaborate in addressing development challenges. The guideline disseminate and to be institutionalized in the development process at subnational level. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has slowed down and even reversed the development gain. To overcome the deteriorating economic impact of the pandemic, the government of Indonesia enforces the National Economic Recovery Program. In supporting the implementation, the multi-stakeholder partnership approach is re-intensive to boost the local economic recovery. During 2020 to 2021, we have successfully conducted multiple multi-stakeholder partnership fora in different provinces. Each forum focuses on the competitive advance, among other, for the development of agricultural and aquaculture sector, vocational education, as well as in the implementation of the South-South and triangular cooperation supporting trade investment. One of the best practice of the multi-stakeholder partnership is the development of Bido coconut in Morotai Island, starting in 2021. As a result, an action plan was formulated, among other, to increase the population of Bido coconut as an endemic plant of Morotai Island through replanting and rehabilitation program.
Thank you so much. Please conclude.
Is to improve local economic welfare. Furthermore, in collaboration in the ESCAP, we are reviewing the multi-stakeholder partnership guideline to accommodate the dynamic of the development process, as well as collecting and showcasing best practice on the multi-stakeholder partnership approach to replace it of other. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative from Indonesia. The transgender community is next to speak, and afterwards, ITUC.
Thank you for the space and hello everyone. This is Nun Yotmung from Asia Pacific Transgender Network speaking on behalf of the LGBTI constituency in the Asia Pacific Regional Civil Society Engagement Mechanism. My pronoun is she, her, and I am trans person. The LGBT community across Asia and the Pacific have limited visibility and access to advocacy space due to the fact that queer, trans, gender diverse, non-binary and intersex people are often criminalized and stigmatized in the regions, barring our access to public life, decision-making spaces. Further, gender equality as defined by SDG Goal 5 falls short in addressing the needs of LGBTI community owing to the binary language used throughout. The indicator under Goal 5 do not reflect the lived realities of our community in the regions, which are characterized by increased homophobic, transphobic hate crime and speech, violence and discriminations. The current COVID-19 mitigation policy also do not take into account the widespread vulnerability, impoverishment, criminalization, and homelessness among LGBTI people. This experience of inequality and discriminations are compounded by intersection with other markers of identity, such as caste, ethnicity, indigenous status, disability, age, and so on. Our demand for achieving gender equality and development justice are, first, repeal the punitive laws such as death penalty or criminalizations of LGBTI people and ensure our social inclusions, representations, and bodily autonomy. Second, recognize and legislate against homophobic and transphobic hate crime and hate speech, including harmful practice such as conversion therapy, ensure disaggregated data collection to understand the nature and extent of discrimination faced by LGBT people in order to inform the policy. Third, ensure corporations are taxed progressively so these taxes can be used for strengthening public services and social protection at accessed by LGBTI people and other marginalized community. Fourth, ratify the IOC 90 and enact the legal measure that protect LGBTI people from violence and harassment in the world of work, including formal and informal sector. Fifth, ensure accessible and high equality public health services that meet the specific need of queer, trans, intersex communities, keeping in mind the intersection with the disabilities as well as linguistic diversity. Sixth, ensure safe and inclusive space both for formal and informal education, including understanding about comprehensive sexuality, land, environmental, and climate justice. Seven,
Thank you.
State
Please
across
conclude.
the regions must, I have a little bit more.
No, please conclude.
Yeah, okay. State across the regions but work together to find a way to make the movement safe for migrants, internally displaced and stateless people, and asylum seekers, keeping in mind the particular needs of those from LGBTI communities. Eight,
Thank you.
ensure enactment of legal gender recognition and equal marriage and adoptions law to ensure properly and land rights of LGBTI individuals and family, and ensure the formations of LGBTI task force consisting of the state representative as well as CSO to combat the systemic barrier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we are officially at the end of morning session, but I am allowed to continue for 10 minutes. We have 6 speakers to speak next, but I think we can only do 2 or 3. So ITUC, please, you are next to speak, then Myanmar, might be China. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Troy Hernandez from ITUC Asia Pacific, speaking on behalf of Workers and Trade Unions Constituency of the APRSEM. The past 2 years have been difficult for workers. The multiple crises took away workers' jobs, slashed their incomes, and exposed them to greater health risks. Although countries started to recover, the return of wages, working hours, and employment opportunities to pre-pandemic levels is beyond the horizon. Instead of using the pandemic as a way or an opportunity to institute policy changes that ensure workers' protection, it was rather abused to revoke the rights that have been previously enjoyed by workers. Collective agreements were not respected, and neoliberal reforms that dismantled labor and environmental safeguards were introduced in the guise of pandemic response. In the past 2 years, many of our sisters and brothers in the trade union movement were killed, prosecuted, arrested, and subjected to intimidation and threats. During the pandemic, we failed to adopt labor-friendly policies and address systemic issues that plague the working people. Let us not waste another opportunity to implement progressive reforms as our countries continue to take the road to recovery. On this note, we put forward the following recommendations. Create decent and climate-friendly jobs with just transition, including jobs that preserve the ecosystems and strengthen the care and education sectors, with guaranteed rights, minimum living wages, social protection, and safe and healthy working conditions. Ensure lifelong learning and skills development through vocational training with equal access for women. Digital and climate transitions require workers to constantly reskill and upskill. And gender-based violence and harassment at work, including attacks against trade unionists. In Asia Pacific, only Fiji has ratified the ILO Convention 190. It is time for other countries to follow suit. Enact and implement progressive tax policies and end over-reliance on regressive taxes, which tend to take bigger share from working poor's income. And lastly, reinforce the role of social dialogue as key means of implementation of the 2030 Agenda and COVID recovery strategies. To be sustainable, recovery measures must be built on engagement with social partners. It helps build trust in institutions and contribute to crafting equitable and sustainable policies that leave no worker behind. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Next to speak is Myanmar.
Allow me to speak out the statement of Myanmar. So regarding the SDG implementation, we already take the action for the implementation status. The focus goal in this forum and mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Like other countries, Myanmar measures the implementation status of the SDG. We haven't got a chance to present Vienna report in the HLP 2021 meeting. However, we submitted our report to the Hernandez Secretariat according to the timeline. From our first assessment, we have learned that there are still many challenges ahead of us, including data harmonization, COVID-19 impacts, coordination, and resource mobilization to achieve 2030 agenda. Madam Chair, the COVID-19 pandemic has seriously affected our socio-economic situation starting from 2019-2020 fiscal year. The economy has declined by 3.2% and it has continuously contracted 5.9% in 2020-2021 fiscal year October to September. The State Administrative Council, SAC, has adopted 5-point roadmap, including effective measures to prevent the mitigate COVID-19 pandemic and ensure the speedy recovery of business from the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, Myanmar Economic Recovery Plan, MERP, is carried out in line with ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework in order to build better in terms of service coverage and equality, infrastructure, and disparity reduction. Realization the depth of COVID-19 pandemic is a key to mitigate the spread of virus. The government has made great effort to get vaccine in a timely manner so as to vaccinate the targeted group across the country. As of March 22, 2022, the vaccinated people were over 26 million, in which fully vaccinated people over 1.7 million. Cumulated one dose vaccinated people about 4.3 million. In addition, the accumulated booster dose of the vaccinated people is over 100,000. As more vaccine will be required, efforts has been made to domestically produce COVID-19 vaccine as ready to feed microfilm in Myanmar and is targeted to produce 10 billion doses in 2020-2023 financial year this year. Madam Chair, now I'd like to highlight some of the focus SDG. Regarding goal 4, the literacy rate was 88.9% and numerical scale was 91.2%, according to the Myanmar Living Conditions Survey, MLCS, which was conducted by CSO, World Bank, and UNDP. The proportion of schools with access to electricity, internet, computer, drinking water, and basic hand washing are increasing trend in 2019-2020 compared
Thank
to
you. Please conclude.
2008. Yes, Madam Chair. In terms of goal 5, the proportion of women in managerial, you see, the position has also slightly increased from 2.3% in 2018-19 to 35.4% in 2019-2020, according to the Ministry of Labor. So I already sent my statement.
Thank you.
And also, in short, we will endeavor to improve the data relevancy and consistency, strengthen coordination with stakeholder.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Myanmar. Let me see if China is connected back. Representative of China? Not connected? Okay, good. Then please, thank you so much for your active participation in this morning session. Please allow me to conclude this morning session. The session is adjourned. So with this, the next speakers who wanted to have the floor can continue in the afternoon session. The agenda item 2 will continue also again in the afternoon session. The Honorable Minister of National Planning, Housing, Infrastructure of Maldives, His Excellency Mohammed Aslam, will guide you to deliberation in the afternoon. Please be back at 2 o'clock p.m. There are a number of side events scheduled during the lunch break in which you may be interested to be attending. Please be sure of the registration details. Maybe we could give some housekeeping announcement if they are needed. So,
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates. As indicated by the Chair, we're pleased to inform you that there are several side events being held in parallel, starting from 12:15 until 1:45 p.m., and you can see the program on the ESCAP website. I would also like to remind delegates to keep their masks on when they're in the conference room, unless they're taking the floor. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy your lunch and the side events. The meeting will be resuming at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, may I kindly request you to take your seats as we will begin shortly. May I kindly draw your attention to the following video on COVID-19.
Welcome to the United Nations Conference Center, Bangkok. In light of the
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, may I kindly request you to take your seats. Good afternoon and welcome to the 9th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. I would now like to invite Vice Chair of the 9th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, His Excellency Muhammad Aslam, Minister of National Planning, Housing and Infrastructure of the Maldives. Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you and good afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the meeting is called to order. During this session, we will continue with Agenda Item 2, Building Back Better from COVID-19 while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda in Asia and the Pacific. Specifically, this session will discuss strengthening follow-up and review to accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda-Voluntary National Reviews. The document pertinent to this session is Voluntary National Reviews and Development Planning, Evidence-Based Policies and Actions to Accelerate the Implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. For this session, we are very honored to get the support of His Excellency, Ambassador Mr. Surya Chinduanse, Vice President of the Economic and Social Council, who will moderate the discussions. May I thus invite His Excellency Ambassador Chinduanse to take the floor and moderate the discussions.
I guess the floor is mine. Huh? So let us, the role of moderator is actually one of the easier ones, because all I have to do is just give the floor to the real experts. This year we have, this is one of those sessions where hopefully we will hear the VNRs. This will be a very important aspect of the work of the high-level political forum, which I'll be participating in later on this year in New York. So this year we have 5 countries from the region preparing their VNRs, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, the Philippines, Sri Lanka, and Tuvalu. And the Voluntary National Reviews, they are a unique space for taking stock and analyzing, promoting public dialogue, and developing concrete actions to align the national policies and plans with the goals. They play a critical part in the follow-up to the review process, and they facilitate the integration of SDGs into policy-making and planning processes, and to support the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. This is actually even more critical now because as we have discussed the last couple of days, and as I mentioned in my opening remarks, when we were discussing the Economic Social Council, we were discussing with the Secretary General of the UN and with the President of the General Assembly, we decided we have to do something to get the SDGs back on track, because there's so many challenges that we're all facing right now. And so this is, and we believe that the Voluntary National Reviews is an important part of the process to ensure that linkage between what's being done at the national level, regional level, and of course at the global level. So this is an opportunity for countries presenting for the second and third times to highlight the changes that the VNRs have brought about and to share lessons with other VNR countries. And so, but there are some who are presenting VNR for the first time this year, and this will be an opportunity to see some best practices and see how they can contribute to their own national VNR processes. So peer learning is an important part of this process. And so we hope that in the spirit of South-South cooperation, the session will therefore feature countries and their stakeholders that are part of the ESCAP in order to the VNR process. And so we shall proceed with this because we want to take stock and learn, get the best practices from the different countries. But before we start interventions, I would like to invite Ms. Najat Wala, the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children, to highlight lessons on tackling violence against children and its drivers across the 2030 Agenda. Let me just say this is a pre-recorded video, but before we go to that, let me just say that this was one of the things that we highlighted in New York during the coordination segment. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, how can we make sure that the issue of children, and especially girls, will be addressed effectively as part of an SDG process. So can we have the pre-recorded video, please? Thank you.
Dear participants, it's a pleasure to contribute to this important session on the role of VNRs. Less than 8 years remain to achieve Agenda 2030, and we are not on track to keep our promise. Violence against children is increasing worldwide and become less visible. This has a huge human and economic cost. In my engagement with states preparing their VNRs, I emphasize 4 key messages. First, the VNR process is a key opportunity to mainstream children's rights, considering the integrated and interlinked nature of the SDGs that echo the interdependent nature of children's rights. The 2030 Agenda provides a crucial framework to build an inclusive, just, healthy, and safe environment for the full realization of children's rights as enshrined in the CRC. All the 17 SDGs impact undoubtedly children's daily lives and rights. The review process needs to be based on an integrated child and gender-sensitive approach, identifying the links, intersection, and cross-cutting elements among all the SDGs. Second, VNRs should emphasize how building back better after COVID and from ongoing humanitarian crises can accelerate SDG implementation. Based on the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic and other crises, there is a need for a paradigm shift. We must move away from siloed approaches to an integrated and people-centered approach, ensuring complementarity between humanitarian, security, peace, and development. Spending on integrated cross-sectoral child and gender-sensitive protection and violence prevention is a sound investment with a high return and should be an integral part of every government's overall economic growth and development strategy. Third, VNRs from previous years provide valuable lessons. My mandate prepares annual review of VNRs, which are shared with all states, regional commissions, UN country team, and other stakeholders. They outline the steps taken by states to tackle violence and to safeguard children's rights and to involve children in the VNR process. The reviews include also numerous examples from the Asia-Pacific region, which I encourage states presenting VNRs this year to consider. Fourth, the VNR process is also an opportunity to mobilize and strengthen partnership involving all key stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels. And children and young people who are already acting worldwide must be meaningfully involved in VNRs and VLRs processes and seen as part of the solution and actors of change. I stand ready to continue working closely with you to keep our promise by 2030. Thank you.
Very much. Hello. Yes, thank you very much for the message, pre-recorded by Ms. Najat Mala. There'll be two sets of interventions, panelists, and in order to get some interactive discussions, I would like to get the discussions underway, and therefore would like to invite the United Nations Resident Coordinator for the Philippines, Mr. Gustavo Gonzalez, and the United Nations Resident Coordinator for Fiji, Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and Solomon Islands, Mr. Sonaka Samarash Sinha, to introduce their speakers. So, my dear colleagues, Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Samara Sinha, you have the floor and take it forward, please.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and moderator for this session. Much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, we will initially hear the perspectives of government representatives of Tuvalu and Philippines on their VNR preparations. Voluntary national reviews serve as instruments to augment the holistic and interconnected nature of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development at the national level. The 2022 VNRs will also significantly serve as a global blueprint for sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, as we have heard. Tuvalu, one of the countries that we support in the Pacific, and I personally do as a resident coordinator, is presenting the VNR for the first time. Whilst, of course, many other countries in the Pacific have already done so prior to this. The Philippines is presenting for the third time, so congratulations to both countries. Tuvalu is one of the very few countries in the world that has managed to prevent COVID-19 from reaching its shores. But it has faced significant socioeconomic challenges as a result of the pandemic, as has the Philippines. And both of these countries, as we know, are on the front lines of the climate emergency. So it will be interesting to hear from our colleagues from those two countries how they have managed through these last couple of years, through the pandemic and through the climate emergency, to forge a path towards achieving the 2030 Agenda. Through a whole-of-society approach, the VNRs promote open dialogue among countries and stakeholders on national implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. And of course, as we've heard, it forges partnerships, which are important not just for the reporting, but for the implementation of the agenda. Let me start by introducing the first speaker, Mr. Patolo, who I know quite well. Mr. Tofia Patolo is the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Finance in Tuvalu. Amongst other things, Mr. Patolo was also is the national convener for the Food Summit, a Food System Summit that was held recently. Mr. Patolo, the floor is yours.
remarks.
Go ahead.
Aloha and warm greetings from Tuvalu. Let me at the outset commend organizers in convening this event and the opportunity given to Tuvalu to present its statement. As a small, least developing country, Tuvalu fully understands that its journey towards achieving sustainable development goals is full of obstacles and challenges. Yet, we are committed to be part of this exciting journey. That brings us here to share our very own unique experience, challenges, and lessons learned to date, with a clear view to accelerate the implementations of the 2030 Agenda, along with our own national priorities in the decade. Our development endeavor has yielded some good progress in social and economic fronts, despite COVID-19. However, the road towards meeting all our aspirations in the 2030 Agenda is full of multiple constraints, be it financial, capacity, and technologies. The VNR provides a golden opportunity for Tuvalu to thoroughly assess its development progress by an inclusive participatory process. Our pursuit of the VNR empowers every stakeholder's voice to be heard, and we cannot do this alone, and therefore, the need to forge a real and meaningful partnership among all stakeholders is a priority. A partnership that not only deliberates, but also delivers. I assure you that the VNR process will greatly assist Tuvalu with its own development goals, as the SDGs are interlinked, indivisible, and ambitious, in which outcomes of the process could spearhead the development of relevant, appropriate planning and budgeting policies. I am confident that the VNR will serve as a guiding light for development of national policies and plans to improve sustainable development in Tuvalu. Let me now briefly outline the challenges before us. As alluded to above, we have accorded high priority in achieving SDGs. Nevertheless, the alignment of broad SDGs to our very own development priorities within a very short period of time is proven to be challenging, particularly the familiarization aspect. The lack of capacity on indicators framework development was visible in our effort to devise more realistic and practical indicators, especially on activities which are directly aligned with SDGs. Broadly, we anticipate that the VNR will bring about various challenges related to the realignment of policies, financials, technologies in our pursuit of progression. However, Tuvalu anticipates that all stakeholders will work in tandem throughout the implementation phase by adhering in true Tuvalu spirit with resource mobilization and capacity building as shared responsibility and accountability. Walking the talk is not easy, and therefore, the need for installing string mechanisms to oversee progress at different levels is of paramount. The lessons learned throughout the VNR report preparation will no doubt put us in good stead to not only deliver, but to deliver with quality. Finally, Tuvalu considers VNR to be an ambitious and arduous journey, a journey worth pursuing to achieve goals and aspirations that we all aspire for. I thank you all for the opportunity.
Whakawhetai lasi, Mr. Patolo. Much appreciated also for emphasizing the partnerships and inclusion in the process of preparing the VNRs. Next, I would like to invite the Honorable Representative Stella Quimbo, member of the Committee on Sustainable Goals of the House of Representatives of the Philippines. Madam, the floor is yours.
Fellow parliamentarians, our friends from the United Nations.
Apologies, madam. I apologize. My colleague has pointed out, let me introduce you properly, because I have, it seems, introduced Gustavo's colleague instead. This is the problem when you give an RC a microphone. They usually mess it up. So if you will allow me, Undersecretary, let me introduce you appropriately. Undersecretary Rosemary G. Edgion, who is in the Subcommittee on SDGs Secretariat, National Economic and Development Authority, the Government of Philippines. Now, Madam, the floor is really yours. Over to you.
Fellow parliamentarians, our friends from the United Nations, development workers, good afternoon. Mabuhay. It is an honor and a pleasure to take part in the global effort to persist towards the achievement of the 17 SDGs, despite the setbacks brought on by the coronavirus pandemic and now the war in Ukraine. After 2 years of fear, anxiety, and uncertainty, the Philippines is recovering and is putting in place programs for the economy to adapt to the new normal. The country is now at the lowest alert category, allowing limited face-to-face classes and domestic and international travel. Businesses are opening up, resulting in more jobs. The January 2022 unemployment rate is estimated at 6.4%, a significant improvement from 8.8% registered in the same period last year. Over the last 2 years, even during the lockdowns, the Philippine Congress has been very active, passing measures to ensure government had the funds to address the pandemic. While exerting efforts to fund as many pandemic response initiatives as possible, it worked with the country's subcommittee on the SDGs to put in place policies and programs that are financially and environmentally sustainable. Our Congress passed several tax measures, among them higher excise taxes on sin products to generate funds for the Universal Healthcare Program. It passed the law reducing the corporate income tax rate of businesses to encourage private firms to come and invest in the country. It institutionalized the alternative learning system, which gives adults the opportunity to develop basic and functional literacy skills, as well as access to alternative pathways to complete basic education, obtain a diploma, and enroll in college. It likewise passed a bill prohibiting child marriage to protect children from exploitation and abuse, which was later enacted into law. As the Philippines goes all out to implement the SDGs, as seen by our commitment to international cooperation with our friend Tuvalu, it has also consciously gathered the support of other stakeholders at the domestic level. The Philippine Congress regularly participates in events organized by civil society organizations, private businesses, non-government organizations, the academe, and other organizations to listen to their ideas in developing policies to address their sectoral concerns. It is observable that big businesses have gone beyond implementing SDG projects as part of their corporate social responsibility and have embraced these as a way of life. To accelerate our efforts towards the SDGs, we need to take the whole of nation approach. We do not have all the answers, we do not have all the ideas, but together with the private sector, we can achieve more. Together as a group of countries in the Asia-Pacific region, we can reverse the adverse effects of the pandemic, armed conflict, natural disasters, and other calamities in our goal to create a better world. On behalf of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Lord Alan Velasco, I would like to express Congress's commitment to the SDGs as the transformative path to development. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Stella Luz Kimbo. You are a member of the House of Representatives in the Philippines. And I think that the way that this flow was presented now is even more interesting because we have alternative representatives from the government and also other stakeholders. We will continue with the Philippines. So let me just introduce Undersecretary Rosemary Edilion. Undersecretary Edilion is a member of the subcommittee of SDGs, Secretariat, and this is hosted by the National Economic and Development Authority, NEDA, in the Philippines. So the floor is yours, Undersecretary Edilion. And a great pleasure to see you again.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologies to Congresswoman Stella Luz Kimbo. A very, very pretty alternate Anyway, so Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, and good afternoon to all of you. As mentioned earlier, this will be the third time that the Philippines will be presenting its voluntary national review. In addition, we are involved in a twinning program with Tuvalu, and our bilateral discussions were aimed at strengthening the implementation of the SDGs by incorporating the goals into national plans and frameworks, and in using data and statistics to monitor and assess progress. That was also how we started this SDG journey. Sustaining progress in the past 2 years has not been easy, the understatement of the day. The COVID-19 pandemic has set everyone back, although it has also taught us valuable lessons. As before, we used the VNR process to galvanize everyone into action, and now to accelerate progress. The key pillars remain the same, but we are taking them further to get us back on track in achieving the 2030 agenda. First is on resource mobilization. As we have already said during the first VNR, the SDG agenda needs to have a financing plan. To address this, we have made sure that the SDGs is mainstream in the Philippine Development Plan, but this is not enough. To ensure greater linkage between the SDG-related priorities and resource allocation, we created the subcommittee on the SDGs, which is placed within the budget governance structure. And recently, the legislature has passed the syntax law, which actually mandates that 20% of that collection will be allotted to priority SDG programs and projects. Number 2 is on localization. We really need to cascade and translate the global and national SDG agenda to sub-national contexts. And so sub-national committees on SDGs have also been created, and right now it has actually effectively bridged the technocratic gap. As a result, there is increasing initiatives to conduct voluntary sub-national reviews and voluntary local reviews in the Philippines. Number 3 is on stakeholder engagement. Actually, the Philippine development process has always been consultative, and with regard to the SDG, we have conducted various consultations with non-state actors from businesses to civil society. And recently, we have institutionalized this engagement with the creation of what we call the SDG Stakeholders Chambers. Number 4 is on monitoring. We constantly monitor and assess SDG implementation in the country through our SDG Watch. This is being administered by the Philippine Statistics Authority. The SDG Watch is a platform that monitors and reports progress of our efforts on the SDGs. And as with other countries, our challenge has been to come up with sub-national data. But going forward, we think that this will be addressed with the enactment of the law that mandates the implementation of community-based monitoring system. Excellencies, we are almost halfway into the 2030 agenda implementation with only 8 years before 2030. The pandemic setback needs a head-on action. And right now, we are using the VNR process to get back on the SDG track. We are developing an SDG acceleration roadmap, looking at the targets we can achieve by 2030 and strategizing how we can work together and achieve results despite the COVID experience. We have also incorporated futures thinking and scenario planning to better prepare for the unknowns that lay ahead in achieving the SDGs. Always remembering that this SDG is the pathway that will lead us Filipinos to achieve our long-term vision, the ambition natin 2040 of a comfortable and secure life for all Filipinos. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Yusek Edilon. Thank you for sharing the quite interesting experience in carrying out the VNR in the Philippines. Now, to conclude this segment, we have another representative from the stakeholders speakers, Lae Peleti, Mr. Lae Peleti, who is the Senior Statistician, Central Statistics Division, Ministry of Finance in Tuvalu. The floor is yours, Mr. Peleti.
Yes, thank you, Your Excellencies and distinguished delegates. It is my pleasure to share information on data collection for the Tuvalu VNR.
So at the moment, we're in the process of completing stakeholders consultation, and discussion from this consultation will be part of the key messages in our report. Part of the report will also be 34 SDG indicators that were produced by the Tuvalu Mixed Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey that was conducted in 2019 to 2020. And in the VNR process, we've learned a lot of lessons and also provided opportunities for us. So one of the most important lessons that we learned is that we need to develop administrative data collection systems and mechanisms that promote proper data recording and sharing. In terms of data recording, we need to workshop with stakeholders and develop data entry applications for system in collecting data. In terms of data sharing, we need to develop data portals that allow stakeholders to submit data. So most of this we learned from our VNR twin, the Philippines. We also learned that we need to continue to use surveys such as the Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey to address data gaps in administrative data. So but surveys are quite expensive, so it is important to identify these gaps way before and this is only possible if we have a good data collection system. We'll also learn that we need to continue and utilize the SDG tracker tool developed by ESCAP to track the progress towards achieving SDGs. So some of the opportunities the VNR has provided for Tuvalu. So it's provided us an opportunity to develop the national indicator framework, which is something that we are continuously engaging other ministries and departments and also organizations, and also attempt to integrate SDG indicators into this framework. So VNR has also provided Tuvalu with the opportunity to focus on tracking progress towards achieving SDGs as well as our national goals outlined in the decade. Finally, there is also an opportunity for us to learn to in our training program with our twin Philippines, and through this program we've realized a lot of things that we need to be doing in terms of data collection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pelletti. I think that the various speakers in this segment, you have highlighted the critical importance of this process in reshaping policies, budget, the development agenda, but it's also a common understanding that the success of this process is very much related to the inclusiveness. And then today we had the representative from the government and other stakeholders. And with that, I thank you all very much for your attention and in engaging with us for this first panel. And we look forward to hearing the experience of another set of twinning countries in the next panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, our two resident coordinators, for that first segment. As has already been ably summarized, there's really not much for me to add. I'd like just to, I'll retain some observations at the very end, but let me just now take this opportunity to invite the United Nations resident coordinator for Pakistan, Mr. Julian Hernandez, and the United Nations resident coordinator for Sri Lanka, Ms. Hana Singer Hamdi, to take the floor and introduce the next set of speakers so that we can hear some more best practices. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Firstly, good afternoon. Lovely to be here. Also, hello to all the friends and colleagues who are online. So the VNR process in Pakistan this time round, I'm really happy to say that Pakistan is preparing the VNR themselves. The last VNR process was with a lot of support from a UN agency, which, you know, the UN agencies added value in that. But obviously for the development of our countries that we serve, what we want to see is the governments developing their country themselves, and which is obviously what we do see in Pakistan. So it was excellent. It's been really exciting to see the development of the VNR has been completely country-led and country implemented. The other element is the other element of excitement is the twinning process, and it's just great to see two countries with a lot of similarities, with historical links, cultural links, but also some differences, and that twinning process is just an exciting opportunity to have people come, see from each other, and see how can we build our country better. And I was really delighted to meet the 11 members of the Sri Lankan study visit about a month ago in Pakistan, and have time to listen and engage with them. And you could see people that were learning. They were going back. They were saying, "Okay, we're a bit better on this, but we can learn from Pakistan on that." And it wasn't just it wasn't all work. There was also a lot of social interaction and also a lot of appreciation for the cultures of other countries, and that was just so. It was really a joyful event. So, with those two thoughts, I'd now like to pass across to my good friend, Dr. Shabnan Safraz, who's the member of Social Sector and Development from the Planning Development Ministry, and is somebody who we in the United Nations work with all the time, and is a clear voice for all members of Pakistan's society and for the development of the country. Dr. Shabnan, please.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the government of Pakistan, I would like to congratulate ESCAP on its 75th birthday. COVID-19 has reawakened the realization of the need to be unified, challenging the limits of our segmented approach to development, imploring for a more holistic, comprehensive, and coordinated response across the region for advancing the SDG 2030 agenda. VNRs have helped us strengthen the national ownership, improved coordination, fostered transparency and accountability. Our first VNR in 2019 reflected on our preparedness to implement SDGs. Our upcoming VNR 2022 will highlight our story of change in development thinking, our movement from non-inclusive to inclusive sustainable development, how Pakistan is approaching its economies, and what was behind our globally recognized success of COVID-19 response. VNR debriefing sessions are helping reevaluate, realign, and redesign policies for meeting the SDG targets. It is also informing the macroeconomic modeling and integration of SDGs into the national growth strategy and stimulating our recent transformational work on empowering the youth and closing the gender gap. Our VNR 2022 findings are now ready to be presented to our highest national political forum for SDG prioritization in our upcoming national budget. Twinning with Sri Lanka for the second VNR has added another powerful dimension, enabling the South-South collaboration for shared regional trust, flourishing of our local stories, celebration of our successes, deliberating on our challenges, and of exploring the same. Our teams are unlocking the potential of this cooperation with exchanged learnings on Sri Lanka's SDG monitoring, evaluation, and review mechanisms, Pakistan's SDG prioritization frameworks, Sri Lanka's literacy rates of 99.1% for females, Pakistan's ESAS, a flagship multi-sectoral poverty alleviation program, Sri Lanka's attainment of 99% stillbirth attendance, Pakistan's Billion Trees Tsunami Program, and Sri Lanka's environmental programs and environmental accounting. I take this opportunity to reiterate once again Pakistan's strong commitment for the Agenda 2030. Today, our academicians, scientists, policymakers, development partners, advocates are actively engaged in Pakistan's SDG program design and reviews. The government of Pakistan is open to all sorts of partnerships and collaborations for accelerating Pakistan's progress towards achieving sustainable development, regional growth, and prosperity. We must try together and not let this momentum die. Thank you.
Dr. Shabnan, thank you. That was an excellent illustration of the benefits of the twinning process and the direction of the country. Thank you so much. I'd now to pass across to Ms. Chamandri Sapamadu, the Director General of the Sustainable Development of the Sustainable Development Council of Sri Lanka, and we are very fortunate to have her in the room today. Over to you, please.
Thank you, sir. Distinguished panelists and delegates, thank you for the opportunity to be part of this panel. Sri Lanka is conducting its second voluntary national review at a very critical juncture when we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic to advance the full implementation of SDGs. We have very clearly articulated our aspirations for a nation built on the 3 pillars of sustainable development aligned with the 2030 Agenda as explicit in our national policy commitments. However, at this juncture, the country is confronted with unexpected and unprecedented challenges caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, which at times cast aspersions on our ability to realize the aforesaid aspirations. VNR is the first honest nationwide stocktaking since COVID-19 pandemic, with the broadest level of stakeholder engagement involving all different groups, and it provides us the opportunity to look at innovative and transformative approaches to stay on track to achieving our sustainable development aspirations. We have conducted extensive consultations at the national and provincial levels, as well as we have also conducted thematic consultations, and they have been extremely helpful in identifying the specific challenges and bottlenecks experienced when executing SDG-aligned plans, as well as some of the strategies that have been adopted or recommended to fast-track recovery. It also provides the opportunity to identify successes and best practices that can be replicated to catalyze progress in various sectors. Most importantly, we have understood the opportunities to leverage on different levels of partnerships, particularly with those stakeholder categories that are not in the mainstream classifications, such as the migrant workers, the Sri Lankan diaspora community, volunteers, etc., whose contributions towards the SDGs may not always be easily quantifiable in monetary terms. The consultations also reveal the specific challenges faced by various groups who are left furthest behind from our development process due to multiple forms of vulnerabilities, and it is our aim to look at specific strategies to ensure their inclusivity during the transformation journey. The VNR also helps us revisit the current mechanisms in place for vertical and horizontal policy integration. It has helped us to identify the challenges and gaps, particularly in achieving coherence in an inherited fragmented institutional setup. Through the twinning exercise with Pakistan, particularly the interaction with the National Planning Commission and the federal SDG units in Pakistan, we have been able to learn how institutionalized mechanisms are in place for stronger coordination, collaboration, and communication between national and subnational level planning units for smooth SDG implementation. We hope to introduce these measures and approaches in Sri Lanka as well. We consider the VNR Twinning platform an important knowledge-sharing platform, and we hope to continue our engagement with this platform beyond the VNR to enrich our SDG process in the future as well. Thank you very much.
I don't need to know, why don't you? So now there's a secondary aspect of the twinning, and that is that the resident coordinator of Sri Lanka is my brilliant and excellent good friend from many years. So Hannah, please. Hannah Singer.
Thank you, Julian. Thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to all of you, and especially also our colleagues who are joining us online. I hope you're all as energized as we are. We still have one more presentation, or maybe two. So please stay. Don't go to sleep yet, whoever had intended to go to sleep. Yes, thank you. Stretch. I like that. Very good. So I have to say that I very much appreciated, I'm sure all of you did as well, the intervention from our government counterparts, or representatives, let me say, during this session, and the openness also of sharing the experiences and the exchange of ideas and the challenges and the priorities for achieving the 2030 agenda. Now, for this part of the panel discussion, we wish to acknowledge also the importance of the contributions made by our diverse stakeholders of the VNR process. Now, as my dear friend and colleague Julian has described, the twinning arrangements, and I take also lots of pleasure of that Sri Lanka has been part of the twinning arrangements with Pakistan. So this arrangement is more than just twinning of national counterparts, government. They are also the twinnings of civil society organization, local and subnational government, and many other stakeholders. So with this, I would like to welcome a very key stakeholder from Pakistan to share his experience in being part of the VNR process. I hope that Sri Lanka's work as part of the twinning program, together with Pakistan, can promote shared learning between governments and other stakeholders to inspire new ways of working towards the 2030 agenda. So let me invite Mr. Zia Rahman, National Chair of Pakistan Development Alliance, to share Pakistan's experience. Over to you, Mr. Rahman. I hope you're here. He's not here. Okay. Maybe somebody went to sleep. Rest our colleague. All right. Okay, I mean, we were supposed to also be joined by Ms. Hermanti Gunasekera, who is the Chief Executive Officer, the Federation of Sri Lankan Local Government Authorities, who unfortunately also submits her apologies for being unable to appear today. But in her absence, she had asked me to highlight the importance of the contribution of local government in achieving the 2030 agenda. And to note that Sri Lanka will conduct a voluntary subnational review of progress to complement our activities under the VNR. Now, as part of these activities, the Federation of Sri Lankan Local Government Authorities are preparing a localized indicators for local councils to assess their progress towards the SDGs. Now, it is hoped that this effort will create a stronger enabling environment at the subnational level to advance and monitor the SDGs. Now, at the national level, and I really would like to acknowledge my dear colleague and friend, Ms. Shamindri Saparamadu, the Director General of Sustainable Development Council of Sri Lanka, for her commitment and the commitment of her team. I was here when the first VNR was prepared. I see now the second VNR, and I see the amazing maturity and development and the ownership that the government and other stakeholders have taken it on board. Right now, as we speak, the local development council are traveling hundreds of kilometers to meet officials in Sri Lanka's eastern province to discuss how they monitor and implement the SDGs. So really, big congratulations to the team of Sri Lanka, the different comprising of the different stakeholders. Now, I'm very pleased now to announce that our colleague from Pakistan, Mr. Zia Rahman, was able to join us. So over to you, Mr. Zia Rahman. The mic, please. We can't hear you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm really sorry for the technicalities. Unfortunately, Kudo is somehow new for us. Anyhow, I'm Ziaur Rahman, representing Pakistan Development Alliance, one of the largest
Maybe if you can put off the video, Mr. Rahman. Just put the audio, yeah, maybe it will work better.
Yeah.
No.
I think while we wait for the technical issues, I mean, we would love to hear our dear friend from Pakistan speak. While we solve this technicality, let me just save a little bit of time, first of all, by thanking our two resident coordinators for the discussions on the two of our friends in the region, you know, the experiences of Pakistan and Sri Lanka. And let me just take this, at this juncture, give a little bit of a short reflections from the perspective of the Economic and Social Council after listening to all four resident coordinators as well as the presenters from the 4 countries. First of all, like our colleagues seated here, we are very happy to see what I would like to call the homegrown nature of the development process that is taking place in the 4 countries, and I'm sure that's being replicated throughout the Asia-Pacific region. No one obviously knows more about sustainable development than the countries concerned, each of having different experiences, different priorities, different challenges. But of course, everything is also a partnership, and we see that being done both with the specific countries and the UN resident teams in the various countries, and also, as we're seeing in the twinning process, that partnership in terms of cross-learning between countries within the region, whether it's between the Philippines and Tuvalu, or with Pakistan and Sri Lanka, and other twinning processes that take place throughout the region. So I think that the homegrown nature, in addition to the partnership nature, will help move forward the sustainable development process in the various respective countries. That's the first observation that I'd like to make. The second one, I think, is to bring a little bit of flavor of what's happening in New York, the discussions there. And that has to do with the fact that the issue of how do we start measuring SDGs? How do we measure the various indicators that you have? There is an ongoing discussion now within the framework of Our Common Agenda to see whether there are even better ways to collect data. And related to that, even better ways to have even more accurate indicators. There's discussion, for example, beyond GDP. So how can we measure progress beyond GDP? So these are some of the discussions that are taking place in New York, and I'm sure that each of the respective countries are present here are also involved in trying to find the best way to measure the indicators of progress in your respective countries. And this is, of course, is done in partnerships with UN agencies and others as well. So I think that's something that we need to bear in mind. There will be new indicators, I guess, or new ways of framing how progress is made. There will be discussion. There is expected to be some divergence of views, as in many of these issues, but it is an important thing to bear in mind as we take the discussions forward in the respective countries, as well as at the upcoming high-level political forum in July in New York. The VNRs will be a very critical part of the HLPF because sustainable development, the value is really within the respective countries. We can have the best plans laid out in the global setting or even in the regional setting, but the actual driver of the sustainable development goals is in the respective countries through a multi-stakeholder effort, I think, which I'm seeing in the various presentations. And I think that is something that is to be commended. My last point, as an observation reflection, and let's see if we can get reestablished contact with with the important panelists from Pakistan. My last point is that again, despite the challenges that we may be facing, whether it's public health, whether it's security, whether it's humanitarian, the Sustainable Development Goals must proceed, all right? Because at the end of the day, this is something that not only cannot be avoided, the alternative is far worse. You know, if you don't achieve the SDGs, you will have a situation where there's even greater inequities, both amongst countries and within countries, and these bring a lot of socioeconomic issues and problems that we want to overcome, all right? So those are reflections from the least expertise person here, sitting here on stage, coming from a different background. But let me just take this opportunity again to check one more time. Can we reestablish contact with our colleague from Pakistan? Yes? Okay. All right. So can I turn it back to you to introduce our colleague from Pakistan, please? You have the floor.
Hello. Am I audible now?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I was saying that I'm representing Pakistan Development Alliance, which is one of the largest coalition of CSOs working together on SDGs in Pakistan. We remain engaged with government of Pakistan while the government was actually presenting its first VNR in 2019. We reached out to the downtrodden districts in 42 different districts in Pakistan and presented first ever Citizens' Voices report on SDGs in Pakistan, and the report was also shared with the government of Pakistan. It was duly acknowledged during the first VNR process, although we thought that the government actually presented the process report during the first VNR, whereas the contribution from the civil society organizations were related to the citizens' voices. This time, we are very glad that government has again engaged with the civil society organizations, and we are now doing the voluntary local review process with various district governments in Pakistan, and in trying to engage the civil society, private sector organizations, people living with disability organizations, transgender communities, to collect their voices again. And hopefully we will have our spotlight report present. In the meanwhile, Pakistan Development Alliance has actually did first ever citizens scorecard on SDGs. When you Google it, citizen scorecard, you will receive only one response, and that is SDG citizen scorecard, which shows the progress, the real voices of the people from the grassroots level, and that is available online, and that is again the first ever online dashboard that has been actually shared with the wider global community that is working on SDGs, so as they can actually replicate the similar process in their countries and see how people perceive about the progress on SDGs in their countries. Regarding the twinning process, we are very happy that the government has engaged the civil society organization in the twinning process, but at the same time, we have reservations that, in fact, in the twinning delegates, the civil society was not engaged. We don't see any delegate from civil society of Sri Lanka while the Sri Lankan delegation visited Pakistan. We hope that government of Pakistan will engage civil society delegates in the twinning delegates while Pakistani delegation will visit Sri Lanka. In Pakistan, we do have little challenges towards the implementation of SDGs because of the non-availability of local government system for the last 1 decade. Unfortunately, the government of Pakistan has not reached out to the local government level because of the non-functional local governments in Pakistan, and we do not see the SDGs priority frameworks at the local level, whereas we do appreciate that the government has shared with us the national priority framework and sub-national and provincial priority frameworks, and those frameworks were prepared with the engagement of the civil society, and we are working together on getting the positive results out of those frameworks. One of the major challenge that I would like to highlight is the data. Data is one of the biggest challenge for the civil society organizations as well as for the government also. We see that in the priority framework, the indicators that were highlighted by the government of Pakistan, hardly we see that the data is available against very few indicators. So I think we need to request, and we are requesting our governments, particularly in South Asian countries, that they should spend and invest more on collecting data. Reliable data is one of the major issue again. We appreciate that the government has actually engaged the civil society organizations in the current VNR process, and we will be sharing our reports from the district level engagements with the civil society, with the government, and hopefully that our reports will be inculcated in the forthcoming VNR, official VNR of the government. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Hannah, would you like to add some words after the presentation?
No, excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Zia Rahman. I have to say that our colleagues who participated in the twinning actually mentioned and raised some of your issues as well in an informal way. But we had a very interesting session before the conference. And we had a big the session had different number of stakeholders. And I think the most important issue that everybody raised is that the VNR process should not be the issue of ticking the box. It has to really represent the real dialogue and confidence building and building of trust between the different stakeholders. So it's an excellent opportunity for that. So I hear you, and I think our colleagues hear you. It's a way that we learn, but until we really have a serious participation from all the stakeholders, I think then the challenge of achieving the SDGs will remain a challenge. So thanks for your input, but very well taken. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Well said. And thank you for all the presenters from the 4 countries that have participated in this segment. And it gives me even greater enthusiasm as we prepare for the high-level political forum later this year in New York. This voluntary, the VNR process looks to be quite on track and getting good best practices. And we look forward to a rich exchange in New York later on. So let me take this opportunity to thank the panelists once again, thank our 4 resident coordinators, and we've had a very productive session. So I have great pleasure in handing back the session to the chair for the interventions and reflections from the floor that will follow our departure from the stage, I believe, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Ambassador, for that was a great session and well moderated. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I'm pleased to invite the distinguished delegates to intervene on Agenda Item 2, Building Back Better from COVID-19 while advancing the full implementation of 2030 Agenda in Asia and the Pacific. I will open the floor to the statements from delegates in the speaking order as received from the Secretariat, from both participants present in the room and connected through Kudo. I kindly remind the delegates to limit their statements to no longer than 3 minutes to allow all delegates the opportunity to speak. I will be very strict on the 3 minutes time limit. The last time I couldn't do that. I now take the example from the minister from Mongolia this morning, and I will ring the bell when it is 2.5 minutes, and on the 3rd minute, I will ask you to stop speaking. I asked the Secretariat to give me the control of the mic, but they couldn't do that. But I will intervene at the third, at the end of the 3rd minute. I will start the intervention. So I do recognize the distinguished delegate from Indonesia, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Kazakhstan. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the main independent external oversight body in each country, Supreme Audit Institution (SAI) are called to play important role in the follow-up and review of SDGs implementation within the context of each national sustainable development. The Audit Board of Indonesia, as one of the SAI, has been playing this role by conducting SDGs audits since 2017. From the onset of SDGs audit by Audit Board of Indonesia in 2017, the Audit Board of Indonesia and the government of Indonesia have been on the same page in strengthening the follow-up and review SDGs achievement to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 agenda. The government has been supported not only providing relevant data and information needed by the audit board, but also implementing the recommendation to improve the achievement SDGs in Indonesia. The Audit Board of Indonesia has formulated strategy to audit SDG implementation and to oversee the government program in achieving SDGs through the audit we call SDGs related audit and SDGs embedded SDGs audit. Building on the constructive collaboration since 2017, the government of Indonesia requested the audit board to review Indonesia VNR process before its submission to UN in 2021. This initiative is aligned with the paragraph 72 of UN resolution, which mandated VNR process to be more rigorous and evidence-based. Responding to the audit request, the audit board accepted and conducted review and eventually published a review report in which audit board expressed number recommendation in preparing Indonesia VNR in the future. The government of Indonesia commitment not only showing the follow-up of our recommendation, but also improving quality of Indonesia VNR. But at the HLPF held in UN headquarters on July 15, 2021, government of Indonesia even mentioned the role of audit board to provide added value to Indonesia 2021 PNR. We would like to wish all PNR presenting country in the 2022 to be informed and prepare following our experience with the government of Indonesia. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Excellent on time. So I would now like to invite the distinguished delegate from Kazakhstan to be followed by Asian Development Alliance, its collective statement on behalf of CSOs.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jyotsna Mohan, and I'm representing Asia Pacific Regional CSO Mechanism and Asia Development Alliance. The VNRs are supposed to promote open and inclusive dialogue among countries and stakeholders on national implementation of the 2030 Agenda, which is missing even among those who are presenting for the second or third term. Even as governments in the region are trying to recover from the pandemic, conflict situation in South and East Asia, financial crises and ongoing war has had a huge impact on Asia Pacific, leading to intensifying refugee crises, continued depleting resources, and more so. Amid these challenges, the region is not on track to achieve the 2030 targets of the Sustainable Development Goals, we should maybe honest and not call it 2030 agenda anymore, but 2065 agenda. While it is good to note an increase in the number of the countries pointing to human rights-based approaches, intergenerational responsibility, and planetary boundaries with references to the transformational nature of the 2030 agenda, with the principle of leaving no one behind, the number of VNR reports that reported the formal inclusion of non-state actors in governance arrangement has dropped considerably in 2021, with no recognition of the shrinking civic space or ongoing attack on human rights defenders and environmentalists. Conversely, several national civil society reports have categorically mentioned these issues in various countries. The levels of data availability also vary across the country. The top 5 countries in the region for data availability are Philippines, Armenia, Thailand, Georgia, Indonesia, where approximately 75% of the indicators have data. On the other hand, 18 countries still report data for less than 50% of the indicators. So far, hardly any VNR reports systemic reforms and transformative potential, identify structural barrier to them, and they also lack self-critical reflections with focus on their development successes. So some of the lessons learned and recommendations: a strategic vision for implementation of 2030 agenda underpinned by a clear political commitment and leadership and political will to enhance policy coherence for sustainable development. Recognize SDGs as a framework to set the agenda for capacity building of different stakeholders, including civil society, and to address issue of human rights, criminal justice, and upholding the rule of law and empower grassroots communities and various movements. We call for people-centric VNR with ensuring the availability of adequate processes for citizens' dialogue, not limiting to a time-bound participation. Support civil society organizations through public financing, consultations, collaboration, and officially include citizens-led data. Likewise, consult with the marginalized sector. We also demand annual review of SDG 16 along with SDG 17. And then sequential and frequent VNRs are recommended for all countries. Support for environmental data gathering and analysis is recommended. Several countries do not recognize the importance of environmental sustainability. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I now recognize the distinguished delegate from Armenia. By the way, that was the last delegate was not Kazakhstan, but the Asian Development Alliance. I now give the floor to distinguished delegate from Armenia, to be followed by Thailand. Armenia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to address the 9th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. In a world of rapid changes, no country can stand on its own. It has been over 2 years since our planet faced the COVID-19 pandemic, which has claimed the lives of millions and had a disastrous effect on world economy. We remain in need of enhanced international cooperation and global solidarity in order to defeat this pandemic for good and prevent future outbreaks. Realization of 2030 agenda requires ambition and global solidarity, to which Armenia has continuously voiced its full support. Armenia has been implementing ambitious reforms aimed at ensuring sustainable development in the country. Government has signed the UN SDG Development Cooperation Framework for the period of 21-25 with the UN country team in Armenia. At the core of the document is our collective promise to leave no one behind and to be responsive to the needs of the most vulnerable in the Armenian society. Additionally, we've developed the Armenian Transformation Strategy 2050 with its 16 mega goals. It synchronized the SDGs with the Armenia's national priorities and reform agenda by incorporating them into national strategies with an institutionalized and inclusive approach. Developing in a sustainable manner requires peace and efforts towards peace building. It is a real challenge for my country, which has to deal on a permanent basis with systematic violence and terror of neighboring Azerbaijan against Nagorno-Karabakh, constantly shelling Armenia's settlements, civilian infrastructure, intentionally depriving the population from natural gas in order to complete its pursuit of ethnic cleansing. Today, more than ever, it is important for the international community to consolidate its efforts to prevent such irresponsible and inhumane behavior. And yes, any reality created by the use of force cannot be legitimate. Armenia is actively seized of challenges related to the environment, including the development of legal and institutional framework and strategies in terms of safeguarding the threatened ecosystems. We have been actively engaged in international cooperation aimed at reinvigorating support to the implementation of environmental programs. As a landlocked developing country, we underline also the importance of the Vienna Program of Action and the roadmap for accelerated implementation of the SDGs in landlocked developing country, and reiterate our commitment to multilateral cooperation in order to achieve sustainable development worldwide. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now recognize the distinguished delegate from Thailand to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Senesta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, Thailand attaches great importance on the voluntary national reviews. VNR is not merely a regular report on a country's performance in the SDGs implementation, but it is a national process that creates space for governments and their partners to engage, to take stock of the progress, and to tackle challenges. Allow me to share some of Thailand's experiences in the preparation and presentation of its second official VNR. The VNR drafting process was a robust exercise in partnerships for SDGs implementation. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic, a wide range of stakeholders were able to constructively engage in this process, be they government agencies, parliamentarians, civil society, academia, the private sector, or youth. Thailand also benefited from various preparation activities and workshops carried out by the UN, including during the last APFSD, to which we are grateful. Our official VNR presentation at the HLPF in July last year was a good opportunity to exchange views and reflect on our achievements, challenges, and particularly on the way forward. We engaged with the National Committee for Sustainable Development, which is the main mechanism comprising relevant agencies and chaired by the Prime Minister, with a mandate to give policy advice on driving forward sustainable development in the country, and also the Cabinet, both prior to and after the VNR presentation. After the presentation in July, challenges in the implementation of each SDG were reported to the National Committee together with the way forward. The outcomes of the committee were then submitted to the Cabinet. This is to ensure that all agencies concerned are aware of the results of the stock-taking exercise and take them into consideration in their policies and planning, thus making them more evidence-based. This may be just the beginning. Thailand is aware of the urgency to stay on track and move forward the SDGs. We will continue to utilize the VNR process as a means to accelerate SDGs implementation by developing unofficial VNRs on an annual basis under various themes. This year, our VNR will have a special focus on SDGs localization, which is in line with the Office of the National Economic and Social Development Board's initiative to integrate the SDGs into local development plans, including helping provinces develop SDG indicators that better fit the local contexts. Thailand commenced the twinning program carried out by ESCAP to assist the exchange of knowledge and best practices on the VNR process between countries in the region. I thank you.
Thank you. And I now recognize the distinguished delegate from Senesta to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Tajikistan.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Very, very clear.
Thank you. Respected Chair, thanks for giving me the opportunity. I am Hania Maghani from Iran, representing Farmers' Constituency of APRSM. While the world struggles to recover from the pandemic and responses to the pandemic has further marginalized the farmers, especially the small women and landless farmers and farm workers. All the farmers in the region, and especially Global South, suffered from lack of inputs, high prices for seeds and fertilizers, lack of labor, transportation, and accessible markets, and remunerative prices. If at all, they had to produce to sell besides poor health facilities and non-existent social protection. They are still struggling from crises in the wake of the pandemic. Hunger has been increasingly consistently since we agreed to the SDGs, and many of the hungry people are farmers themselves. Farmers witness increased onslaught of neoliberal policies in the pandemic responses. Many countries under the high debt burdens and austerity measures by the IFIs, particularly IMF, lost their fiscal and policy space and support to farmers. Many countries also lowered their environmental and social safeguards and land policies under the pressure to recover from the pandemic. This has resulted in increased corporate capture of the natural resources. Unjust trade agreements, including the provisions of the trade and non-trade barriers, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, disadvantages farmers from developing and poor countries, resulting their access to trade in both foreign and own markets. However, this is not all. There are more dangerous policies being subjected towards food and farmers. We are already concerned by the fact of corporate control of food by the UN Food System Summit, which thousands of farmers' organizations in the region and beyond protested against. We also recognize that yet another danger in the form of natural-based solutions is targeting land. Current UN conferences, including those in the recent COP and UNEA, came out with a strong support to the MBS without ensuring proper environment and social safeguards. These are the systemic barriers and structural problems that farmers have been facing from generations. Neoliberal policies have subsidized the world by keeping small farmers in poverty and debt. We hope that all the member states take note of these concerns and try to address them urgently. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Tajikistan, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Pakistan. I think you're muted. Could you please check? We still can't hear. Distinguished delegate from Tajikistan, we still can't hear you.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes. I'm sorry, we are having this technical problem with your audio. So may I give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Pakistan? We will come back to you, the delegate from Tajikistan. Is that all right? Okay, thank you. May I now give the floor to distinguished delegate from Pakistan? Is the Pakistani delegate speaking online? I can hear Pakistani delegate here in the hall. Well, since I'm not quite sure how the distinguished delegate is going to join online or not, it says in person. So I will now move on to the distinguished delegate from China, followed by Tajikistan. China is China joining us from online? If you are, you have the floor. I think we are coming towards the end of it, so I can feel that. May I recall the distinguished delegate from Tajikistan to take the floor? Okay.
So this one here, Pakistan Coalition.
May I then call for the distinguished delegate from Pakistan Coalition for Education on behalf of the organizations working on education, to be followed by the Center for Women's Research on behalf of the Women's Major Group. Now it's for the Pakistan Coalition for Education. Also no. May I give the floor to the distinguished delegate from the Center for Women's Research, Senwa, and then to be followed by FAO.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Kala Piris, Center for Women's Research, Sri Lanka. I'm delivering this statement on behalf of the Women's Constituency. We want to reiterate that the pandemic has been greatly impacted women, particularly grassroots women from marginalized communities, as well as trans and gender diverse people, particularly in the intersections of multiple marginalization. The pandemic has further exhausted the embedded patriarchy stigma in social and cultural norms, as well as economic policies, restricting women from bodily autonomy, mobility, work, decision-making power and opportunities, and disproportionate impact the women and girls in the region. War, conflict, and occupations continue affecting women, girls, gender minorities, and other marginalized groups. It was worsened gender-based inequalities and exaggerate the discrimination among women and girls, including intersectionalities of these. It has further disrupted the already challenged access to health, including sexual and reproductive health rights, education, basic food, security, decent work, and nutrition for women and girls in all their diversity. It also increased maternal mortality, early and unintended pregnancy, unsafe abortion, female genital mutilation, cutting, human trafficking, early and forced marriages, and gender-based violence. The progress around gender equality, SDG 5, has been too slow and uneven in the region and is marked by disparities within and across countries on the basis of intersectional barriers that women and girls face and going against the principles of leave no one behind. In this regard, we demand to put women's human rights and gender equality at the hearts of the efforts of COVID-19 response, preparedness to future pandemics, and sustainable development policies by upholding the rights of women, adolescents, and girls, indigenous women, gender non-conforming persons, women with disabilities, and women living with HIV, migrant mobile women and girls, sex workers, and transgender women, and not just to be focused on aspects of finance and economic growth. Take a human rights-based approach, both individually and collective rights, to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the response to the COVID-19 pandemic and its related crises. In particular, end gender pay gap to ensure women's full and equal participation in work and life, invest in public services and social infrastructure, including gender responsive budgets and progressive taxation policies, establish a regional tax body to reform taxation architecture and synergize regional cooperation on taxation, support and create provisions for women's rights to land and productive assets and their control and ownership over the assets to address poverty reduction, food security, and gender equality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And may I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from FAO to be followed by Kazakhstan Tajikistan, FAO, after that Tajikistan. Distinguished delegate from FAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agri-food systems are part of the solution to accelerate the 2030 Agenda and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and provide opportunities to reset, rethink and redouble efforts to build forward better, greener and bluer, using coordinated, coherent, inclusive and holistic approaches which maximize synergies and minimize trade-offs and risks. Agri-food systems are a fundamental piece of the sustainability puzzle with the potential to catalyze several positive changes, not only in the agriculture and food sectors, but also in other systems like energy and connectivity. Transforming towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems generate short and long-term benefits. It contributes to the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and supports the delivery of the 2030 Agenda. This potential and opportunities for agri-food system transformations as accelerators of the 2030 Agenda have been recognized by the UN Food Systems Summit convened last year. Owing to the success of the summit and to support the countries on implementing their national food system pathways, the UN Secretary-General committed the UN system to jointly lead a coordination hub that collaborates with and draws upon wider UN system capacities to support follow-up to the UN Food Systems Summit. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations is proud to host this hub on behalf of the UN system. Mr. Chair, the follow-up to the Food Systems Summit will require global, regional and country-level monitoring, evaluation, reviewing and reporting efforts. We are committed in the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub not to establish new platforms for this work and to use the existing structures of the HLPF, the Regional Sustainable Development Fora, such as the APFSD, and the VNR process to follow up on the food system transformation progress at all levels. The VNR process is particularly important for monitoring progress on agri-food system transformations, and we invite the countries in Asia-Pacific that are conducting or are planning to conduct VNRs to include a focus on food systems. FAO and the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub will be able to provide support towards this work. The UN Food Systems Coordination Hub extends also an invitation to ESCAP to be an active partner of the regional level follow-up of the UN Food Systems Summit, and together with the UNRCs, the Regional DCO Office and the FAO regional and country offices to combine follow-up and reporting efforts and create value for the countries we serve. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And may I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Tajikistan to be followed by the UNRC for Kazakhstan.
Dear Chairman, dear participants of the forum, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank you for giving me an opportunity to make a country statement at the 9th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. I'm sure today's event will give a great opportunity for member countries to exchange views on the main areas of socio-economic development. The dynamic development of the economy of Tajikistan is gradually recovering after the negative impact of 2020 of the crisis phenomena associated with the coronavirus pandemic. An improvement of the main macroeconomic indicators was observed in 2021, which is associated with the measures taken in the country to prevent the spread of coronavirus infection, reduce the economic damage from its impact, as well as the implementation of a wide range of government support in sectors of the economy. As a result, in 2021, the country's GDP growth amounted to 9.2% versus 4.7% of the same period of 2020. It means the excess of 4.5 percentage points. The main factors that contributed to high rates of economic growth were increase of consumer demand and investment, a recovery in the pace of world economy and world trade development. The volume of industrial production in general for 2021 increased by 22% compared to the previous years against 2020. The volume of agricultural production in 21 increased by 6.6%, including the volume of crop production increased by 6%. The volume of foreign trade turnover of the country for 2021 increased by 40% compared to the previous year. The Republic of Tajikistan had foreign trade relations with 120 countries of the world, including 10 CIS countries and 110 non-CIS countries. The main partners in the export of goods are Switzerland, Kazakhstan, Turkey, China, Uzbekistan, Belgium, and others. Dear participants of the forum, in order to establish the basis for the socio-economic development of the country, as well as in the context of the goals of sustainable development, the National Development Strategy of the Republic of Tajikistan for the period until 2030 was developed by the government and approved by the parliament of the country. This document serves as a basic document for the implementation of the country's main priorities through increasing the responsibility of the relevant state authorities to improve the existing system of dialogue between the public and private sectors, as well as the active participation of the civil society. At the same time, the main criteria of the National Development Strategy are the strengthening of institutional development, ensuring effective control, transparency, and governance to combat corruption and financial instruments at all levels of the government, and to achieve the identified priorities and objectives for the period of 2030. 4 strategic development goals are defined. These are energy, communication, food security, and expanding productive employment.
Thank you.
In the conclusion, I would like to invite all member countries to actively cooperate with us in the implementation of sustainable development goals. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. May I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Kazakhstan? I announced previously it's UNRC who's addressing us, but it's the distinguished delegate from Kazakhstan addressing from UNRC's office. So that was a slight mistake there. So I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from Kazakhstan, to be followed by a distinguished delegate from Council for People's Development and Governance. Distinguished delegate from Kazakhstan, you're still on mute.
Добрый день. Добрый день, уважаемые участники. Добрый день, председатель сессии, дамы и господа. Благодарю всех за предоставленную возможность. И я меня зовут Бахаткуль, являюсь директором секретариата по целям устойчивого развития Координационного совета Республики Казахстан. И ровно год назад мне удалось также выступить на очередном форуме и рассказать об особенностях национализации и локализации целей устойчивого развития в Казахстане. И сегодня хочу вам рассказать о процессе именно подготовки добровольного национального обзора в Казахстане. У меня здесь есть презентация, но почему-то мне не удалось. Тогда я буду сейчас выступать без презентации. Да? Как вы знаете, Казахстан в 2019 году представил первый добровольный национальный обзор, поэтому второй добровольный национальный обзор направлен на отражение прогресса с момента презентации первого добровольного национального обзора. Во-первых, что мы сделали за этот период? Мы интегрировали принципы и цели устойчивого развития в действующую систему государственного планирования Казахстана. Как вы знаете, очень важен мониторинг прогресса реализации целей устойчивого развития. Поэтому в прошлом году, в 2021 году, при Министерстве национальной экономики Республики Казахстан создан рабочий орган, комитет по мониторингу СУР. Кроме того, мониторинг также в этом направлении также работает у нас Бюро национальной статистики. При поддержке агентств ООН проводится исследование, направленное на выявление возможностей ускорения реализации целей устойчивого развития в Казахстане. И в 2019-2021 годы проведена оценка финансирования развития. По итогам данного исследования представлена рекомендация по внедрению бюджетирования ЦУР. Поэтому сейчас совместно с экспертами программы развития ООН проводится исследование, направленное на определение возможностей интеграции бюджетирования целей устойчивого развития в систему бюджетного планирования в Казахстане. Конечным индикатором обеспечения устойчивого развития является обеспечение благополучия населения, особенно детей, ведь в этой связи, реализуя цели устойчивого развития, каждая страна должна уделять очень большое внимание на благополучие детей. Поэтому в прошлом году экспертами Института экономических исследований совместно с Министерством образования и науки при поддержке ЮНИСЕФ разработана методика индекса благополучия детей в Казахстане. Все вышеназванные меры будут представлены во втором добровольном национальном обзоре. При формировании добровольного национального обзора соблюдается принцип «никого не оставить позади» с учетом гендерной чувствительности и инклюзивности. Поэтому сейчас проводится ряд мер по вовлечению социально уязвимых категорий населения, потребностей маргинализированных групп населения. Работа по вовлеченности населения проводится по двум направлениям. Во-первых, во всех регионах страны при поддержке ООН в Казахстане структурой ООН проводятся семинары, направленные на обсуждение проекта ДНО, и также определяются приоритетные цели. Спасибо, благодарю за внимание. Готова ответить на интересующие вопросы. Спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I now give the floor to the distinguished delegate representing Coordinating Council for the People's Development and Governance.
Good afternoon. Am I clear? Am I audible?
We can hear you.
Yes, thank you. Warm greetings, delegates, and my fellow civil societies. I am Maria Jennifer Guste, National Coordinator of the Council for People's Development and Governance based in the Philippines. On behalf of APRSEM, I reiterate our call for genuine inclusivity and partnership in realizing development justice for all. Civil society in the region has seen their democratic rights and civic spaces reduced. This is even more apparent in the past 2 years, as many countries in the region have been under an unprecedented economic and health crisis from the COVID-19 pandemic. Attacks on rights defenders have hampered urgent humanitarian aid to communities in dire need of assistance. Grassroots-based CSOs, like the Lida Center for Development, recognized as model CSO locally and abroad, are vilified or red tagged. Across the globe and countries in the Asia-Pacific region, Civicus Monitor in 2020 recorded various violations like restrictive laws, detention of human rights defenders, harassment, censorship, and attacks on journalists, among others. Technology advances have brought increased surveillance on civil society and created new risks for civic space. We demand urgent action to stop such undemocratic and discriminatory actions during the most critical time when cooperation and collaborative actions are needed to genuinely recover from the pandemic. There is weak political will to legislate policies to protect human rights defenders and further uphold socioeconomic, cultural, and political rights, like the Comprehensive Anti-Discrimination Bill and Human Rights Defenders Bill. Instead, laws that further curtail democratic spaces and vilify legitimate organizations are prioritized, like anti-terrorism or national security laws, further endangering development workers, human rights defenders, and communities. Demolitions of communities amid the pandemic continue. Discrimination further became apparent even if various laws to eliminate discrimination and inequality are already in place. We reiterate our call for governments to improve its data monitoring in consultation with civil society to include the actual needs of vulnerable sectors among persons with disabilities, indigenous peoples, the elderly, the homeless and informal workers, among others. as well as review and revise accordingly methods of measuring poverty and labor participation to ensure millions are not left behind in its effort to improve statistics without commensurate genuine poverty alleviation. Genuine partnership and inclusivity can only be achieved if systemic barriers are replaced with a genuinely people-centered human rights-based development framework, which includes the sustainable utilization of natural resources according to national development needs. Communities, the vulnerable and marginalized sectors are then not forgetfully left behind. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see there are no more delegations who wish to take the floor. I now close this agenda item and thank you all for all your valuable contributions, and it's been an excellent segment. We will now move to agenda item 4, other matters. Before I open the floor for delegates to intervene on other matters, the forum is kindly requested to take note of the following. The Chair and Vice Chairs of the 9th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development examined the credentials of representatives received by the member states in accordance with the Rule 12 of ESCAP Rules of Procedure. The Bureau noted that credentials had been received by a total 46 member states and found them to be in order. I am now asking the distinguished delegates and others if any other matters need to be discussed. I recognize the distinguished delegate from Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Мы хотели бы коснуться вопроса использования в ходе официальных заседаний комиссии ее рабочих языков. Каковыми, согласно правилу 44 правил процедуры ESCAP, являются английский, китайский, русский и французский языки. Обращаем внимание на следующее. 28 марта на заключительном этапе дневного заседания форума работа вышла за рамки установленного времени и осуществлялась без перевода на рабочие языки ESCAP, в частности, русский язык. Когда у российской делегации возникла неотложная необходимость выступить, то ввиду отсутствия перевода выступление пришлось сделать на английском языке. Упомянутый случай свидетельствует о нарушении правила 45 правил процедуры ESCAP, которое гласит, цитирую, «Речи, произносимые на одном из рабочих языков, переводятся устно на другие рабочие языки». Я подчеркиваю формулировку «shall be interpreted». Этот случай также нарушает правило 25, которое предписывает председателю обеспечивать соблюдение правил процедуры. Мы, разумеется, понимаем благие намерения председателя содействовать полному выполнению программы работы в установленный день. Однако нам также очевидно, что решение о продолжении работы официального заседания без перевода на рабочие языки может приниматься только в исключительных случаях и в рамках демократических процедур принятия решения на основе четко выраженного согласия делегаций государств-членов. Работа без перевода на рабочие языки ставит делегации в неравноправное положение. Это также нарушает один из базовых принципов работы системы ООН относительно многоязычия и равноправия рабочих языков. В заключение, обращаем внимание председателя форума и секретариата комиссии на имевший место случай и подчеркиваем недопустимость повторения таких случаев в будущем. Спасибо.
Thank you. The distinguished delegate from Russia, as point is noted, and I will now see if there are any other distinguished delegates who would like to take the floor. I see none. Many thanks for everyone for your valuable contributions throughout the day. We had very productive sessions. The Secretariat will prepare a report of this meeting for review by midday tomorrow, Thursday, 31st March. The forum will be resumed tomorrow at 3 p.m. in ESCAP Hall as well as online, Kudo, to consider Agenda Item 5 on review and adoption of the draft report of the forum. I'm pleased to note that His Excellency Chua, the chair of the forum, will guide the deliberations. I look forward to your participation tomorrow. Please note that there are a number of side events scheduled after this session in which you may be interested in attending. Please kindly refer to the list of side events, including their registration details, that have been posted on the meeting website. Now allow me to close this session and wish everyone a pleasant evening. I ask the Secretary of the Forum to make housekeeping announcements.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have a few housekeeping announcements. First of all, you should be seeing on the screen an evaluation survey, which I would appreciate if you could take a few minutes to fill out the survey, either by scanning the QR code or typing in the shortened link into your browser. The link on to the survey will also be shared on Kudo for easier reference. I would appreciate if we could ask each participant to kindly complete the questionnaire. Your response will certainly help us to assess the success of the meeting and importantly help us to serve you better in future meetings. Second, there are a series of interesting side events that will be held this afternoon from 4:15 to 5:30 and also tomorrow from 8:30 a.m. onward. I'd like to encourage you all to participate in the side events. Again, the ESCAP meeting website gives the link to the various events as well as registration process. Please note we'll be resuming tomorrow, 31st of March at 2 p.m. Bangkok time. The report of the meeting will be posted on the meeting website and sent to member states by 12 noon tomorrow for your review. Last but not least, for the participants who are physically here, if you could kindly ensure that your valuables and personal belongings are taken with you, and please be reminded to leave the room with proper physical distancing. Thank you, and I wish you all a very pleasant evening. See you tomorrow. First day, but which we were unable to show fully. If you'd like to watch that, thank you very much.
me see what you have done. अच्छा, सामने देख के करती हूँ. How are you, Alan?